Well, this is going to be such a Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the annual meeting of the National Academy of Sciences. Today, we have a special treat for everyone. We're going to hear from a number of science champions within the government as to their views of science and how we can be most helpful to them. First up this morning are some excerpts from interviews I had with leaders in the Senate and the Congress. You will hear from Maria Cantwell, who is the chair of the Senate's Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, from Eddie Bernice Johnson and Frank Lucas, the chair and the ranking member of the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee, and also from Congressman Bill Foster, who is a senior member of the Science Committee. He's also on the Financial Services Committee and a former scientist at Fermilab. We'll be posting the extended interviews on our website and adding more as we go along. So enjoy. Well, this is going to be such a special thrill for our members and for all of the representatives from the academic community nationwide and even globally who we expect to be tuning in to this session. I mean, you are, of course, their hero. You are holding all of the important conversations on climate change, sexual harassment, STEM education, how to improve the situation at EPA, NASA's space missions. I mean, all the things that we really care about, you have been championing, and especially right now, all of our concerns about diversity. So I just want to give my personal thanks to you for everything you're doing and how your priorities are just so spot on. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I certainly appreciate that. And it really helps to hear that from people that know what's going on across the nation and all of our current issues and what we should be focused on. And so I depend a great deal on getting that input.
My first question for you is that, as you know, the whole issue of the demographics of the scientific community are of great concern to us. And I wondered what your ideas are, given the changing demographics in the U.S., of what this means for the science and technology talent pipeline and what we can do to improve the prospects for our workforce.
Well, thank you. That's a very, very good question for me because it's very clear that we do have deficits in those areas where it really is important. And it's not just a matter of making it look diverse. It's really a matter of using the available people that we can help to get in the pipeline in the right directions. And that's a challenge. And especially having to deal with the virus right now. We see our students getting behind for the lack of broadband or whatever. But we've got to meet that challenge because our population is growing to be more diverse. And minority populations are growing. And yet, I know from being a minority that the ability to use a great deal of imagination has always been a part of that lifestyle. And we just need to harness that talent and get it focused in the right direction. It's a challenge, but I feel that we must meet it because we have had such an access to talent coming from other countries. Now we're talking about what we do about immigration and what have you. Well, we've got to focus on what we have, and we really need to focus on a good immigration policy because we've gained so much from having an international attitude toward research, whereas we can't do anything without research. So we've got to make sure that we harness and support and put all of the infrastructure behind those that we know are available, that probably don't know how much needed their talent needs to be focused and how much we need that talent.
That's so true. You know, we have embraced the importance of international diversity in terms of making our scientific enterprise the best it can be. But as you so rightly point out, we have not embraced the full diversity here in our own nation. So my next question for you is, if you had one or two things that you wish the research and the academic community understood about Washington, getting things done, politics, your job, what would those one or two things be?
I think one of the things is to say that we're not nearly as cantankerous as we look, especially in this committee and in areas that require a great deal of like homework or concentration. We need the input of people. And what we try very much to do on this committee is get some of the most skilled and learned and experienced witnesses coming before us. That makes a great deal of difference. It makes a great deal of difference in trying to honestly educate.
I was just thinking as you were talking that you and I both enjoy the power of being able to convene the brightest minds we can think of and learn from them.
Yes.
And isn't it wonderful to have a job in which you can just sit back and absorb all this knowledge and understanding and wisdom that's coming your way that then helps you to do your job? I think that's a great position to be in.
It's so stimulating.
So let me ask a final question. What do you think, Chairwoman Johnson, in terms of what more can the Academy be doing to actually serve you and serve Congress, serve the government in better ways through our volunteers and our members? Because we honestly are at your service, and we would love to hear from you about what more we could be doing.
We don't even sometimes understand or realize how rapidly we responded to this virus through our research. We are now talking about getting everyone immunized instead of saying, what else are we going to do? That all came from great researchers that responded right away. Mm-hmm. Just think about that, how quickly we came up with vaccines. Yeah. That shows that we've got the talent. We just need to make sure that we harness that and keep it fertilized. We've got to make sure that we put the funds and establish a great infrastructure for our research community. This is not going to be our only challenge. It might not be another virus, but it will be another challenge coming because of changing societies. We still got to make up for things we've learned during this time because we've had a number of students to drop behind. Right. And so we've got to use techniques to make sure that we fill in those gaps, and we cannot allow our education to drop behind. And we can focus and track very quickly about the early education, but we also need to understand that we've got to brace up our infrastructure for research. We got to look to see whether our labs are still up to par and whether they are well equipped, because the only way we get to any answer for any problem is through research.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman Johnson. You have been very generous with your time as always, and I just know how much this is appreciated. I know the members and the members of the scientific community will really appreciate your words today.
Well, thank you very much.
So, Senator Cantwell, thanks again for joining us. Yeah. As I say, scientists are so eager to hear directly from people in Congress about their views, what they see as priorities. I thought I'd start by just asking you, what are the emerging issues that concern you including those that might be just over the horizon?
Well, I think when it comes to science, I want to make sure we have enough scientists. And so to me, the fact that we're in an information age and we need a tremendous new workforce that's well educated in science is a huge priority. So we have to increase our investment, not just in basic STEM education, but we have to increase the amount of fellowships, the doctoral opportunities, and importantly, we need to make sure that we are very, very focused on diversity, women in STEM, and also diversity with people from different ethnic backgrounds and racial backgrounds to be participating. And I think that this is a very big priority for all of us in the country, because those are diversity of ideas that are really unrepresented right now because they aren't being brought to the table.
That's great. In fact, that gets into my second question, which is the overall changing demographics of the country. It's not just that we're underrepresented in science in terms of people from diverse backgrounds, but the whole country is changing. And I think that puts an additional imperative. What do you think?
Well, I chaired for some time the Small Business Committee, and when I found out that women and minorities really only had access to about 4% of the capital through traditional SBA programs, I kept thinking, well, they're more than 50% of the population. So if you have 50% of the population sitting on the sideline, not getting access to capital, it's a problem. So if you have a similar number, maybe it's not 50%, but it feels like it, then you have 50% of the population that's not participating in science. That means they're not developing ideas, concepts, pursuing things that are of our interest to a broader group of people. I saw an award ceremony that Melinda Gates and the Gates Foundation did once that was a prize to help lower infant and child mortality at birth. And all of a sudden I saw all these women marching across the stage. And I said, Melinda, how did you get all these people competing on this international award contest? And so many of them were women scientists. And she said, well, if you pick a subject that women care about, you're going to get a lot of applicants. And so that is what we need in science. We need more applications that people are interested in, whether they are women or from diverse backgrounds, diverse ideas. And so we need to get that other percentage of the population really in the game.
Right, exactly. And we see the problem with trust in science when we don't look like America.
Yes. But brings up another point, which is we need science because we need trust. In an information age where so much is online, can be shared so broadly, science is the foundation that can still hold us together. Science is the fact, the information, and really, if you will, the prognosis of our opportunity. And so, yes, we have to have a diverse set of people doing science, and we also have to have science be, if you will, the information that we can sit around the table and agree on.
So before I let you go, I would just love to hear if there's anything else that you would like the scientific community to know about your committee, which has jurisdiction over science, and anything that's on your agenda that we should be aware of, cheering you on, whatever we can do.
Well, we're definitely going to continue to invest in basic research. We definitely are going to look at research and development, just like every sector of the economy being transformed by the information age, and say, what is it we can do to improve upon research and development and to do more, if you will, tech transfer, translational science. But while we're doing that, we're also going to build the workforce for tomorrow. And it's going to look more like the United States population as a whole. And so those are the things we hope to accomplish in the very near future. We hope that people see it as a strength of our investment in a very changing global economy. But we're not going to change course on the research and development directive of the United States. We are going to maintain our what we think is a competitive advantage. But we are going to think, how can we make it more effective? How can we make it more efficient?
That's great. Well, Senator, perhaps you'll be happy to hear that our attitude at the National Academy is that if we want the makeup of the workforce to change, we have to set the highest standards at the Academy so that young people entering science can look at Academy members and say, I could see myself there. And so we are about to elect this week, well, actually next week, I guess is when it happens, the largest number of women we have ever admitted to the Academy, and more minority scientists than we've elected probably in the last 5 years put together.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. This is so important. I can't emphasize how important it is. Again, you can't have 50% of the population underrepresented. And we just have to do better. We know there are tremendous opportunities there, and we know that diversity will bring us better solutions. So thank you for getting that done at NAS.
Well, I couldn't agree more. And thank you so much for your time. This has been a real pleasure. And thank you for your leadership, too, in the Senate, carrying the torch for science and making us all so proud to have you there. So thank you.
Thank you.
Congressman Lucas, we're so delighted to have you here today. You are the ranking member on the All-Important Science Committee, one that we follow closely, and we're really grateful for your support of science. But I thought the first question I'd ask you is, you represent a very rural district in Oklahoma, and I'm curious how you see investment in science, technology, modern infrastructure as important to your constituents.
Well, first off, it's a great privilege and honor to work with Chairwoman Johnson on this committee. The Science Committee is one of those places where, unlike other committees, we don't just fight and scream at each other. We don't worry about what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes or the next news cycle or next week. We're the committee charged with things that matter 5 years, 10 years, 50 years. As I tell my colleagues, some things like fusion energy development, that might be 150 or 250 years out. But we are the committee responsible for doing things that will make a difference in this century and the next century and the next century. I'm proud to be a product of a land-grant university, Oklahoma State. And land-grant universities, and I would have to note for just a moment that President Lincoln signed the law that created those institutions the year before the National Academies. So we all go back to the 1860s, a long legacy of service. But research, education, and extension, the very principles of the land-grant university. So, being a product of that, my constituents utilize all those resources. They participate in all the federal funded research through our universities, through our things back home. In my own state of Oklahoma, the National Science Foundation has invested $25 million a year basically in STEM research and STEM education, all of those things. Bottom line is this. I'm a product of the first opportunity in the history of the world in the 1860s for someone without money but enough talent to have a chance at a college education. Now, it was agriculture and mechanics was the focus of 1862. But we sometimes forget how far we've come in the last century and a half plus. So it's important what we do on the Science Committee, and those people in rural America, they represent our future too, along with everyone else in this great nation. My piece of legislation, the Rural STEM Education Act, tries to focus resources on teachers to provide those training opportunities, hands-on education, increased access to broadband so that all schools, all education institutions across the country can have the same opportunities.
What are the top issues in your mind of maybe emerging kind of over the horizon type issues that you want the research community to be aware of and on top of, because, you know, we're in this global competition, and there are times when we need to cooperate, but also times when we need to be out in front?
There are two circumstances that I refer to as generational challenges. Mm-hmm. Our competition with the Chinese government and the investments they're making, and climate change. First, on the international competitiveness. Our competitors around the world have figured out that the reason we've prospered so well is the investments we've made since the 1860s, and in particular in research in a broad category, basic research, since the 1930s. And the race is on to increase the quality of their laboratories, to dramatically expand the funding on STEM development, to attract researchers from around the world to China. I understand that. That's why I've introduced what I refer to as SALSA, a bill to double the spending on basic research over the next 10 years. We've had enough hearings in the Science Committee that I've come to realize that if we double the spending over the next 10 years and ramp it up in a way that the scientific community can absorb it. You know, there's some who talk about massive one-shot amounts of money, but you've got to have an orderly structural way to make this happen for the research to develop out of itself. Then I think we'll be able to address that. And oh yes, never ever forget the importance of that STEM pipeline, the ability to make sure that we have the young scientists and the young engineers and the young technologists to lead the way. The other part of the equation is climate change. I'm a farmer. That's what I do in the real world in the 3rd District of Oklahoma, wheat and cattle. I see the weather patterns changing. I acknowledge that global industrial activity, and you got to look at the whole planet, global industrial activity is changing the weather patterns. It's becoming more difficult to engage in my real job. By the way, being a member of Congress is a day job. My real job back home, being a farmer. So we've got to work to innovate in order to address what's going on and what will continue to go on. You know, whether it's things like advanced energy technology, think about smaller, more efficient nuclear plants, battery storage, carbon sequestration, all of those kind of things. And by the way, I like to remind my friends, whether it's 5 years or 105 or 205 years from now, making the investments in fusion energy will be the real answer. When you can take salt water and turn it into power, that will be the harnessing the principles of the sun. That will be the real answer. But we have to get there. We have to survive to that point and do it in a way that doesn't damage the economy or dramatically reduce the standard of living for our fellow constituents. I have a town meeting observation offer back home once in a while, and I note to my neighbors, there's a fine line between doing things for people and doing things to people. If the voters back home perceive that the actions that are being taken are a stick, we're doing it to them, that will detrimentally affect them, then they will not support it and they will not politically allow it to happen. We have to be sure they understand we're working with them, for them, to help them. And that's why I believe harnessing the scientific expertise of this country, and the world for that matter, to innovate our way into the transitional use of the fuels we have now in a more efficient way to get ultimately to things like fusion. That's where we're going. But it requires research dollars and it requires brilliant minds. And that's what the Science Committee is working on.
I grew up in the era of big science, in big international programs like the deep sea drilling program, big national programs in seismology and other fields. What do you think the appetite is right now for undertaking big science, especially with international partners?
Well, I've always been skeptical of using national pride as the sole basis for, doing things like going to the moon. It obviously is very effective in some situations, or building super colliders, where that's sort of the point at which we hit the wall on using pure, America first nationalism as the basis of big scientific projects. And so I think we have to have a mixture. We have to tell the public over and over again the importance of international science collaboration.
What do you think scientists need to know about how things get done in Washington that most scientists are clueless about? And then secondly, how can the national academies help? What more should we be doing?
Well, the first thing is you have to be there. And to be there, we need more scientists in Congress. And I think that's something I spend a lot of my time at, trying to recruit more scientists to take this awful plunge into the chaotic world of politics. It's sort of something that runs in my family. My dad actually was a scientist who got a PhD, got a undergrad degree in chemistry from Stanford. And during World War II, designed fire control computers for the Navy. And then after the war, he saw civil rights as the great moral challenge of his generation, and left science to become a civil rights lawyer, and ended up writing a lot of the enforcement language behind the Civil Rights Act of 1964. And so it's the sort of buildup of you could call it guilt, you could call it just the responsibility that every one of us has to understand what fraction of their lives should be spent in service to your fellow man. And that's ultimately, that question is something every one of us has to answer one way or another. It turns out it's a question that science is no help at all in having us answer. But it's still an important question. And I think for those of you who want to spend part of your life in service to your fellow man, serving in electoral politics is a very high payoff activity, because there are always more technical problems coming at Congress than we have the bandwidth to explain to our colleagues. Whether it is the resumption of the Iran nuclear deal, whether it's the dueling proposals to double the budgets of science and how that should take place, whether it's the nuts and bolts and statistics of the clinical trials for vaccines, that there's really a need to have colleagues in Congress who understand statistics, calculus, and can explain it at an accessible level to my colleagues. So that's lesson one. In terms of the national academies, I would urge you to do a more quantitative estimates of things. We spend money in Congress in many different directions with the intention of making something better, and trying to really come up with metrics, designing metrics, and then evaluating those for, how do we get the most bang for our buck? Because ultimately we're limited by the amount of money that we can allocate in different directions. And you can see with casual estimates, there's orders of magnitude difference in how effective that money is in making people's lives safer, happier, wealthier. And so that we really have to have the assistance of scientists whose first instinct is always to get a rough estimate of something, to get that information in the hands and in the minds of the U.S. Congress, so that we can really allocate the taxpayer money where it does the most good.
Yeah, so with that in mind, we're launching a new initiative at the National Academy to look at national infrastructure, with the idea that we do need to look at bang for the buck, and this could be sector by sector, it could be area by area. Where is the best investment in infrastructure? But it's dealing with a multiple optimization problem, because you listed all the things. There's health, there's wealth, there's quality of life. There are all sorts of different ways one could say this is the best investment. And so how do we come up with
there's equity. And there's equity, which is a very important aspect of this.
Exactly.
Because it's equity, not only racial equity, gender equity. We also have to think deeply about whether different areas of the United States are really destined to be equal players in STEM, or whether we're just trying to swim against the tide. The network effects of having concentrations of excellence in different places is something that there's a lot of scientific justification for. On the other hand, we're not going to have a national consensus to support science at the level that it should be supported if all of the gains from the scientific enterprise are concentrated in a small number of cities. And so that's another thing that we have to optimize for, is the long-term public acceptance and enthusiasm for science.
Well, thank you. And thanks for your time today. We're really excited about this new way to communicate with between members and people in Congress. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So I'm sure you will all agree with me how fortunate we are to have such great representatives in the halls of Congress and the Senate who are championing science for all of us. And be sure to check out the full videos that will be posted on the Academy website. And now, without further ado, it's time to move to our first panel discussion for today on science in the new administration. And we're so pleased that we have Kei Kazumi, who is the Chief of Staff at OSTP, who will be moderating this panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us today at this annual meeting for the National Academy of Sciences. My name is Kei Koizumi, and I have the honor of serving as the Chief of Staff and the Acting Director for the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, or OSTP. I'd like to thank the NAS President, Dr. Marcia McNutt, for organizing this panel and for participating in it and inviting me to moderate for you today. This session is bringing together science leaders from the Biden-Harris administration, and we want to use this opportunity to highlight the central role that science plays in the Biden-Harris administration and to give you a preview of some of the exciting priorities federal science agencies are prepared to move forward with in this administration. It should be crystal clear that science is here and will guide the administration's actions and policies for the American people. In this administration, we value science, we respect it, we use it to benefit the American people. And our priority is to make sure that opportunities to do science and to benefit from science are shared by all Americans. It's my great privilege to introduce the panelists for this session. I will introduce each leader before they give brief remarks. Each of our leaders will be giving remarks for about 10 minutes or so, and you will have the opportunity to ask individual panelists and also the group questions through the question and answer function on the web page. After each speaker, we'll have the opportunity to take 1 or 2 questions for that leader, and then the remaining questions will be part of our group discussions. So we like to turn right away to our first panelist, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sethuraman Panchanathan, or Panch, as he's known universally. The Honorable Sethuraman Panchanathan is a computer scientist, an engineer, and the 15th director of the U.S. National Science Foundation. Panch was nominated to this position by the president in 2019 and subsequently was unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate in 2020. NSF, as most of you know, is an $8.5 billion a year independent federal science agency and the only government agency charged with advancing all fields of scientific discovery, technological innovation, and STEM education. Panch previously served as the executive vice president of the Arizona State University Knowledge Enterprise, where he was also chief research and innovation officer. Prior to joining NSF, Panch has an extensive record of public service, including service on the National Science Board. Without further ado, I'm pleased to introduce to you the director of the National Science Foundation, Panch.
Thank you very much, Kate. This is truly a delight to be with all of you. Marsha, thank you so much for the kind invitation to be with this esteemed panel, Francis Collins, Ellen Stofan, Kay, and yourself. I mean, this is truly a privilege to be with all of you this morning. So I'm just going to share my slide, if that's okay with you, and then I will start my remarks. So let's make sure I get that up. And if you're all able to see, please confirm that. Are you all able to see that?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So again, it's truly a delight to join you today to talk about the future of discovery and innovation. As we all know that this is going to be a very bright future full of opportunities across the entire science and engineering enterprise. Now, clearly, the National Academy of Sciences is a critical partner in how it will be unleashed and realized. Right off the bat, I want to say that this is indeed a great moment for science, engineering, and technology. The President's budget proposal for FY 2022 and the emphasis on science, I can tell you it's truly exciting, as well as a strong support for the Endless Frontier Act. You can see from the slide here that there is total alignment in terms of the NSF vision, the central column that you see there on the slide, the National Science Board 2030 vision that you see on the left-hand column, and the priorities of the Biden-Harris administration. There is almost a one-to-one correspondence between all of this. And that's what makes us feel very confident that we will be unleashing the prosperity through science, engineering, and technology into the future. And there is absolutely no question about that. This is a defining moment for several reasons. First of all, we all know that this COVID challenge that is before us, the pandemic, while it is a huge challenge, it has also shown us that science, engineering, and technology can help lead the way, can help find solutions, can find accelerated path for addressing the pandemic at hand and potentially recover from it in an accelerated way. But then we are also in a time of intense global competition. I always say global competition has always been that motivates us, inspires us, and guides us to make sure that we are doing even better than we have ever been, even more excellent than we can ever be. And so this moment of global competition is precisely doing that to us in terms of making us be even more excellent at speed and scale. At the same time as we are talking about the global competition, there is also the immense opportunity that is in front of us. That is what I call as missing millions of talent. That is the talent that is across the broad socioeconomic spectrum and the geographic diversity of our great nation. And last but not the least, we find that there is a bipartisan support for the fact that science, engineering, and technology can help our nation lead the way, leapfrog ahead of competition, as well as unleash the prosperity in our nation by bringing talent, as I said, across our great nation to come and be inspired and therefore express the talent. So we can accomplish a lot through all of this. My vision for NSF since coming has been how might we build on the strong 7 decades of amazing progress that we have made through NSF, and how might we build on that history and legacy. And in doing so, I identify 3 major pillars. The first pillar is what I call advancing the frontiers of research into the future. This has been the heart of NSF's mission for the last 7 decades and will continue to move forward that way. The only thing I keep repeating is that we will strengthen at speed and scale because the nation demands it, requires it, and the globe is waiting for that kind of a leadership from all of us. At the same time, the central pillar of my vision is how do we ensure accessibility and inclusivity in all aspects of STEM and beyond. So we need to make sure that we're able to scale up existing pathways into STEM fields for all talented folks across the nation into science and engineering, and we have to do it very, very quickly. And the third pillar is what I call securing global leadership. By that, I don't mean that one is a leader and other are followers. What I mean by that is that we are going to lead by our values, our scientific values, and that fellow leaders who will join us, who share our values, share our aspirations, our trust, our openness, our transparency, and reciprocity, all of that we need in order to build a strong coalition of partners that can advance this mission of global leadership. But the foundation of all of these pillars is partnerships. Partnerships of every form, of every type, of every kind. And that's why I'm so thrilled to be with the partners that we have even right across in this panel. And more is what is needed in order for us to be able to unleash this prosperity that we are talking about. And in doing so, we have to have this mindset of innovation that permeates everything that we do inside NSF and therefore what we can unleash across the nation. And so when I talk about this, the next slide that I would like to share in the last slide is the following. I've been thinking about this since coming to NSF. NSF's DNA is this tremendous symbiosis and synergy between what I call curiosity-driven, discovery-based explorations, highly synergized with use-inspired, solutions-focused translations. These are highly symbiotic and highly synergistic, as I said. I can share a few examples for you to demonstrate that the symbiotic and synergistic nature of this solutions-focused as well as use-inspired with curiosity-driven and discovery-based. For example, LIGO. LIGO has been a quest for over 40 years or more, 4 decades or more. For example, in the 70s, the research to prove the existence of gravitational waves was an aspiration. In the 90s, the detectors were developed. In 2015, we had the detection of the gravitational waves. which then set off further explorations. And then we have now enhanced quantum sensing capabilities being added to that, so that we might do even better. This weaving back and forth between exploration, translation then making possible more exploration, and this innovation, exploration sort of symbiosis is something that is very, very natural to what happens by NSF through NSF across the nation. And some things happen even in shorter time scales. For example, Google, which was a digital libraries project that was proposed by 2 graduate students, 4 years later in the annual report, mentioned the formation of a company called Google between 1994 and 1998. Sometimes this kind of synergy happens much more in a shorter time frame, not necessarily intentionally, but that's the beauty of what happens through all the ideas that are unleashed by NSF, talent that is unleashed by NSF and others. And the other thing that when I think about NSF is that NSF is everywhere. And therefore we can and should make possible prosperity everywhere. Let me give you a few examples on that. When we have the AI initiative at NSF, again, based on 4 or 5 decades of unbelievable progress made that makes possible the AI of today. But then when we started thinking about the AI institutes across the nation, I said that we should have AI in every state, meaning that AI investments should make possible K-12 inspirations, should make possible community college inspirations, 4-year college inspirations, research university inspirations, industry inspirations, entrepreneurial ecosystems inspirations, and more. And that talent and ideas everywhere across our nation needs to be unleashed through this platform of AI. And therefore, through such thinking that other such technologies of the future can be connected and leveraged through talent and ideas from everywhere. Likewise, the quantum platform through quantum institutes launched in partnership with DOE and others. Again, the quantum platform idea should be such that a 5th grader or 8th grader from rural Kansas, let's say Manhattan, Kansas, should be able to dial into this platform and get excited and get their STEM spark inspired because of the fact that this is accessible to all, so that they might get inspired and become that talent for the future that unleashes the ideas for the future. And therefore, NSF is engaged in not only what is making possible the industries of tomorrow today, but the work that is happening today is also going to make possible the future of the industries of the future and industries of tomorrow possible. And that's what is fantastic about what NSF is able to do and NSF is eager to do. And that we will do strengthening of this user-inspired solutions focus by leveraging the curiosity-driven, discovery-based activities, but then also at the same time, further strengthening the curiosity and discovery-based activities at even a higher level of intensity, so that we might have this unbelievable unleashing as a set of ideas and talent. I look forward to the discussion today and the opportunity to hear from everyone the perspective and ideas of how we can foster success at this very important moment in our nation's history. Thank you so much for the time today, and I look forward to the engagement with all of you and my fellow colleagues.
Thank you, Panch, for your inspiring words. It's been a pleasure to have the chance to work with you in this administration. Ever since my service on the Biden-Harris transition team, when I had the honor of being the NSF agency review team lead. And it's been an extraordinary, little bit less than 100 days of serving in the administration with you. So thank you very much. I noticed that we do not have, we only have a couple of questions, but I will ask you a question, which I just got in. A question for Panch. What mechanisms will be put in place to ensure that the use-inspired side of NSF plans do not squeeze out the curiosity-driven side of NSF?
An excellent question. And that's why I shared the examples that I shared, to show that I look at this, the use-inspired research, as a cross-cutting platform that leverages all the fantastic work that is happening in the various directorates of NSF, but more importantly, enrich the activities in the verticals of all the directorates of NSF. In fact, I find that the use-inspired research, in fact, is going to unleash even more fundamental discoveries and fundamental curiosity-driven approaches and innovations that's going to happen. And I don't look at this as a zero-sum game. I want to be very clear about that. This is a massively growing effort that is going to ensure the growth of the curiosity-driven, discovery-based research even more than the user-inspired translation activities that you will imagine will make possible, because we all know that. We all know that AI of today would not have been possible without that work that has happened over the last 5 decades. As I said, the industries or the future of the industries of tomorrow is what is happening in the labs today. And therefore, we have to further enrich that and make it even more strong in order for us to ensure that our nation is in the vanguard of competitiveness, that we are able to ensure that all talent everywhere, in HBCUs, in HSIs, in tribal colleges and universities, everywhere across the nation, across the geography of the nation, rural, urban, everywhere, to be completely felt that they are part of this revolution that we are entering into. So I'm truly excited by this, and I'm so delighted by the focus of the Biden-Harris administration in ensuring that prosperity is going to be unleashed everywhere. And I want NSF to be that catalyst with others to make that possible at speed and scale.
All right, thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce our next panelist, Dr. Francis Collins. Francis Collins is the 16th director of the National Institutes of Health. He was originally appointed to the position by President Barack Obama and confirmed by the Senate. He is becoming the FDR of NIH directors, because he is now entering his 4th presidential term as NIH director. President Biden asked him to continue to serve earlier this year. So he is the only presidential appointed NIH director to serve more than one administration. In this role, Dr. Collins oversees the work of the largest supporter of biomedical research in the world, spanning the spectrum from basic to clinical research. Dr. Collins is a physician geneticist noted for his landmark discoveries of disease genes and his leadership of the International Human Genome Project, which culminated in April 2003 with the completion of a finished sequence of the human DNA instruction book. He served as director of the National Human Genome Research Institute at NIH from 1993 through 2008. A dedicated public servant, I give you Dr. Collins.
Well, thank you very much, Kay. And let me say what a privilege it is to be on a panel with these distinguished panel members, Punch and Ellen and Marcia. And thank you, Kay, for being our very capable moderator. And it is a really interesting time to have this conversation about where we're going with the science investments of the United States. And it is my privilege to be continuing to serve in a way that I never expected to, now going on 12 years as the NIH director. I hadn't heard the FDR connection before, Kay. I'm not sure how to take that, but I think I will assume it was well-intentioned. Thank you. That was kind of you. And I might also say, just by way of a little reflection on your mention of the role that I had the privilege of playing leading the Human Genome Project. Today is also DNA Day. April 25th is always the day that we choose. And why do we choose that day? Well, because April 25th, 1953, 68 years ago today, was the publication in Nature of a single-page article describing the double helix as the molecular basis of heredity, which many people point to as having been a pretty significant milestone. I have to agree. Exactly 50 years later, we completed all the goals of the Human Genome Project in April of 2003. And to see the way in which the ability to gather data about nucleic acids, DNA and RNA, from every species and every kind of application, from very basic to very clinical, is indeed a remarkable thing to have watched emerge and develop, and it continues to go forward in really exciting ways, now including such things as CRISPR-Cas gene editing to actually contemplate the potential cure of thousands of genetic diseases for which we know the misspelling, but we've not previously had a scalable approach to try to approach treatment for things like sickle cell and many of them. So yes, a little reflection on DNA Day. But now on to what I was supposed to talk about. First of all, I think most of the people listening to this are pretty familiar with NIH, so I don't think I need to do a lot of a 101, but just again, a quick snapshot. We do at the present time enjoy, thank you Congress, a $42 billion a year annual budget, and the president has just proposed in the so-called skinny budget for FY22, increasing that by $9 billion to 51. And I'll come back to that in a minute because it has a very specific component to it that's really quite bold and novel called ARPA-H. Our funds largely go out to extramural grantees who are located in all those fantastic universities and institutes and colleges and small businesses across the country, and quite a few outside the country, because we are also very interested and invested in global health, one of my personal passions. And out of that, we think things have gone pretty well. We're now approaching 150 Nobel Prizes that have been given to individuals supported by NIH. Punch showed that interesting double helix of the sort of comparison between the basic science and the applied. That's a nice way to point out the balance. And we at NIH have very much that same commitment. About 52% of our budget goes to basic science, which is not specifically focused on a disease. And the remainder is more disease-oriented, is the applied part, some of which is more translational and some of which goes all the way to clinical trials. We work as part of this ecosystem involving the private sector in terms of biotechnology and also, of course, pharmaceutical industry. And we find all sorts of ways to try to make those partnerships more effective than ever at a time where no sector has all the skills, and we want to be sure we're building on collaborative opportunities. I have to say a little bit about COVID as a way of describing where we are right now, because it's been a consuming passion and experience and responsibility for everyone at NIH for the last 15 months. I'm speaking to you from my home office in Chevy Chase, where I have pretty much been a hermit for those 15 months, working from here with half of our staff in our intramural program, which is about 11% of our budget. Working remotely by telework, except for those who need a lab bench or who are running our hospital. We run the largest research hospital in the world, the clinical center at NIH. And to come there, you need to be somebody for whom medicine has kind of not provided much in the way of answers. And so you come to be part of a clinical trial. And those are our partners, and all the progress we've made in that clinical center, everything from the first discoveries of how chemotherapy could work to more recent breakthroughs in such things as gene therapy or the treatment of depression, depends on those partners. Otherwise, we would not be able to be where we are. But it has been a tough 15 months. You heard yesterday in the symposium from some of our heroes there, particularly Barney Graham, who's a person who working in our vaccine research center determined some really critical issues about the structure of the spike protein on the surface of that SARS-CoV-2 virus that makes it possible to design a messenger RNA vaccine, which is also pioneered in that VRC after some earlier work by DARPA, and which has turned what otherwise would be a much darker situation into something we now can begin to see our way out of, namely the mRNA vaccines that were then adopted by Moderna and Pfizer, and which have now been delivered to about 126 million people, at least have had one dose. And that is phenomenal to be able to say at this point in this pandemic. Nonetheless, I think we have to recognize, as I imagine all of you thinking about every day, what a terrible tragedy this has been. In the United States alone, the loss of 570,000 lives, and many more internationally. You can't look at what's happening right now in India without feeling heartbroken about the way in which this is in a terrible second surge in that country, taking thousands of lives a day. So everything that we can do as scientists to try to counter that is something that we have to invest in. And that's what we've been trying to do with the role and responsibility we have at NIH. I think you will be giving an award to Tony Fauci this afternoon, and that's well-deserved indeed. And what a remarkable scientific leader he has been, and a public communicator, and continues to be. Tony and I probably talk at least twice a day on the average circumstances, just to be sure we're bringing every kind of skill and resource together to try to tackle this worst pandemic in 103 years. And you've seen what's happened with vaccines, which has broken all records in terms of having FDA vaccines approved for emergency use in 11 months, when previous vaccines have never really achieved that in less than about 5 years. Less may have been said about the therapeutics part. In that regard, I co-chair along with Paul Stoffels, who's the chief scientist for Johnson & Johnson, a remarkable group called ACTIVE, which is a public-private partnership focused on prioritizing the therapeutic agents that have the greatest promise, developing master protocols to run highly powered, rigorous clinical trials, and setting up the clinical trial networks to make that possible. There are active trials 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which focus on different categories of individuals with different categories of therapeutics. We have learned a lot along the way in terms of what works and what doesn't, and you need to know what doesn't as well so that you don't end up wasting opportunities by providing people with things that are not going to help them. But we are very much on the road with that. I think what everybody would agree is what we really need as a game changer right now is a highly effective, orally available, small molecule antiviral, perhaps targeted against one of the weak spots of this virus, like its protease that it requires for processing, the 3CL protease. We are aggressively pursuing that. But those are longer term processes that take you more than the few months that we've had so far. But we must not miss the chance to keep pushing that, not just for this pandemic, but for what may be coming next. A lot of us spending a lot of time thinking about lessons learned right now. And then in the area of diagnostics, I think everybody would agree we got off to a bit of a rough start in terms of being able to test for the presence of this virus back a year ago, a little more. And yet then that began to capture momentum and we got testing up and going. But virtually all the testing was being done in May or June of last year in large scale, big box laboratories where samples had to be sent off to the lab to be assayed and then the results sent back, which meant there was automatically a delay of at least a day and sometimes longer than that. What we really need for this pandemic and for lots of other applications is point of care diagnostics that are readily amenable to giving you an answer within 15 minutes and can be done without the need for extensive technology training. And so we at NIH just about exactly, in fact, it was exactly a year ago today, the Congress decided to give us a boost in our support systems for diagnostics. And we designed a program called RADx, which stands for Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics. And Bruce Tromberg, who directs the Institute of Bioimaging and Bioengineering, and who's a very capable entrepreneurial bioengineer, set up a program 4 days later, which basically turned NIH into a venture capital organization. We invited small businesses and academic labs that had ideas about how to do rapid and accurate testing for the presence of the virus in a nasal swab or a saliva sample to bring forward their ideas, most of those on a rather small scale. And then we threw them into what we call a Shark Tank, which was populated by business experts, technology experts, engineers, supply chain experts, manufacturing people, economists, and figured out which of these had the promise to scale up within a few months and contribute to what was a very significant need for point of care testing for COVID. I can tell you as of today, there are 34 of those advanced platforms that have gone all the way through our innovation funnel and have come out the other side, given substantial amounts of funding to scale up, and are now contributing today about 2.5 million tests per day. Most of those point of care, including the first home tests, which are now available in a few places and which we are putting together with CDC through a rigorous assessment of how that can actually change the course of this epidemic if available for free to people in communities, where you basically decide 3 times a week, let's do this quick nasal swab, 15 minutes later, find out whether you have the virus or not. Hopefully you will change your behavior if you do. We need to find that part out too. All of that happening in about a year, which is a pretty amazing thing. Unlike what we have really tried to do before, using something called Other Transactions Authority, which is very different than our usual timetable for grant applications, review, and making awards. Partly because of that experience and because of the President Biden's significant interest in seeing these kinds of advances happen faster than before without the obstacles of bureaucracy, we were delighted to see in the FY22 budget a proposal of an entirely new unit at NIH called ARPA-H, obviously derived from the DARPA mystique, which has been much a part of everybody's admiration of government science, but applying it to health. So the H is for health. This ARPA-H enterprise, proposed to be funded in the very first year at $6.5 billion, would aim to do the kinds of things we did for RADx and others like it in a much more aggressive and well-funded way, giving us a chance to hire program managers, to identify particularly compelling topics, to recruit participants in those projects that might not necessarily normally write a traditional NIH grant, and see what we could do in a very rapid fashion. And we're pretty excited about that, especially after the experience we've had in the course of the last year, seeing, because necessity required it, how we could do things in really different ways. And ARPA-H would make that possible on a much larger scale. And not just for infectious diseases, but for cancer, a particular area the president wants to see more work done on. But beyond that, to heart disease, to diabetes, to gene therapy, to cell therapy, all the things that you would really like to see ramped up in a fashion that might not happen without a big push. So this is a big push. Finally, I want to say a couple things about the workforce, because I think that is a source of great concern for all of us. That's our most important resource, is the people. It's great to have technologies and buildings and instruments, but if you don't have the people with the vision and who have the support to know they can take risks, then we are not going to make this kind of progress. And let's be clear, this has been a terribly difficult year for everybody involved in science because of COVID-19, especially those who couldn't really do their science work from home because they didn't have a lab bench there, and who have therefore lost time, and many of them gone through a lot of other stresses as a result. We at NIH are trying to do what we can to try to address this acute stress that's happened to our workforce. For instance, we have provided extensions on the kinds of early stage training grants, the Fs and the Ks, for those of you who know our terminology, which I admit is pretty inscrutable. So F and K awards are being given an opportunity for no cost extensions, and actually extensions with cost, but they have to be individually advocated for, so we understand the reasons for that. We are extending the eligibility for people who need to stay in this category of being early stage investigators, which gives you a benefit when it comes to peer review. We're being quite lenient about late applications, and we're allowing people to submit preliminary data right up to the time of the review, which we normally wouldn't, just because so many people have been slowed down by this effort. We also have become aware, and we were aware before, but it's really apparent now, just how much of an added burden falls on individuals who have childcare responsibilities. And let's be clear, that happens more to women than it does to men, but it happens to both. And so we are now offering a $2,500 a year per fellow childcare allowance to defray childcare costs for those trainees who have children under 13 years, or if disabled, under 18 years, with a licensed childcare provider, to try to provide some of the benefits here that otherwise had not been available. And we are also, I think, doing everything we can to keep in touch with our trainees about their mental health status and offering the kinds of backup that many of them are finding it need to tap into. And again, we are encouraging people, say that asking for help is a sign of strength. It has been a very tough year for all of those involved in the scientific community, but I'm particularly worried about those who are in the trainee positions, who feel like they're losing time and how are they going to catch up. We want to do everything we can to sustain them. Final thing about the workforce that maybe we'll talk about in the discussion is the recognition that 2020 was not only notable for the worst pandemic in 103 years, it was also notable for the killing of George Floyd and the number of other events that brought very much in the front of all of our minds the need to address structural racism in this country. And that also means looking at it in all of our institutions. And we had to say, yes, at NIH, we are probably part of that more than 400-year tradition that includes, written into some of the structures and the way we do business, issues which maybe we didn't want to think about it this way, but are frankly full up of the kinds of history that brings forward this concept of structural racism. And we believe it is now our responsibility to act upon that. And so putting together a very hardworking and visionary group of about 75 individuals in our scientific community, most of them people of color, and this is put together in something called UNITE, because it has 5 components, each of which starts with the letter UNIT or E. We are coming forward with a variety of bold proposals, including that we are determined to do something about the funding gap between African Americans and other applicants, which we have studied and we don't understand, and we just need to figure out how we're going to solve that. We also have put forward two different programs. One is a common fund program, and one is from our National Institute of Minority Health and Health Disparities, which aims to enhance substantially the way in which we're approaching research on health disparities and health inequities, which are all around us in our healthcare system, and not just study the problem, or as some cynics have said, not just admire the problem, but actually institute interventions to see if there are ways that we could change that dynamic for the better. So watch that. We're going to be deeply engaged in this. There will be a lot more coming out about it, but this will be a major push for NIH going forward. Finally, I just want to say, despite all those stresses, I think for anybody who's interested in coming into the scientific community, this is a phenomenal time of opportunity. I see Panch nodding because I think you said something very similar a minute ago, and it's true across all of the disciplines that we have the fortunate role here of overseeing. The opportunities to make discoveries happen at a pace that was unprecedented is all around us. I think we have seen some enthusiastic response, at least in some quarters, from young people based on what science brought to address COVID-19. In medical schools, we have the Fauci effect, where applications for medical school have gone up substantially. This is sort of our Sputnik moment. And okay, a little bit of maybe a silver lining in what has otherwise been a very, very set of dark clouds about COVID. And we should make the most of that and spread the excitement about how science can solve the problems that our planet faces, from health issues to climate change, if we basically have the best talent involved. But we have to have all the talent involved, which is why I think this focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion has to be not around the edges, but right in the middle of everything we do. And I'll stop there and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Collins, for your words. And thank you for reminding us that it's DNA Day. So happy DNA Day to everyone. And it's been such a pleasure to work so cooperatively and closely with you over the past few months on
it has indeed. Thank you, Kay.
Topics. I've seen more of you, even though we have never been in the same room for the past, all of us, for the past 2 years. It's been a delight to be able to work closely with you on these important issues. For those of you who are particularly interested in Dr. Collins' concluding remarks about Unite and the need to build equity and inclusion in the federal scientific workforce, please stay tuned after this session when we will have another open public session on rebuilding the federal scientific workforce, in which some of my OSTP colleagues will be participating. Before we go to the next speaker, I'd like to ask a question from the audience of how NIH can help the billions of people on our planet who are not scientists or engineers harness their own individual ideas, imaginations, and ambitions to, make the world a better place. Do you have any thoughts about how NIH can help non-scientists and engineers?
Well, I think this is the issue of citizen science, and we're very much a fan of figuring out ways to be more inclusive of those inputs. Sometimes in a very specific way. We're certainly excited about programs that invite high school kids to compete for some technological challenge. I think particularly at the moment, as people are facing with all of these other health crises, contemplating, we are about to engage in a major study of what happens to people who've had COVID but don't seem to get completely better after a couple of weeks. So-called long COVID. And a big part of our input from that has been a citizen science group of COVID survivors who are sharing with us their experiences in a very powerful way. And there are tens of thousands of them all linked up together, providing the kind of answers to questions that otherwise might be hard to obtain. That's an example. I'll be in a hearing on this long COVID in front of the House Energy and Commerce Committee on Wednesday. We aim to invest a lot of resources trying to figure out what is the actual basis of these prolonged symptoms of brain fog, fatigue, shortness of breath, sometimes fever. What is that all about? And we need to get answers to that. And citizen scientists can help us a lot in that regard. But there are many other ways, and I know NSF is also very engaged in providing opportunities for people who are not doctoral trained individuals in science or engineering to play significant roles in science adventures.
Thank you so much for extending the message that we're all trying to send, that science is for everyone. And as I started out by saying, it's a priority for the Biden-Harris administration to ensure that opportunities to do science and to benefit from science are extended to all Americans. So thank you for that message. I'd like to introduce now our next speaker, Dr. Ellen Stofan. She is the Undersecretary for Science and Research at the Smithsonian Institution, where she oversees the science museums and science research centers, as well as many other Smithsonian activities. Her focus is on the Smithsonian's collective scientific initiatives and commitment to research, especially in addressing current issues such as biodiversity, climate change, global health, and the search for life in our solar system and beyond. She is a former chief scientist at NASA and served as the principal advisor to the NASA administrator on science programs and strategic planning. She was also previously the director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum. And she came to the museum with more than 25 years of experience in space administration and planetary science. Dr. Stofan.
Thank you, Kay, and thank you for having me here today. It's really an honor to be on this panel, and I think you're going to hear that a lot of the remarks and themes I'm going to be touching on are ones that Francis and Panch already discussed. Let's see. We're all getting good at this after an entire year of it. The Smithsonian was founded in 1846 for the purpose of the increase and diffusion of knowledge. And I would argue that we're in a uniquely challenging time that requires this more than ever. From COVID to racial injustice to the climate crisis, evidence-based decision-making is mandatory. And the Smithsonian is uniquely positioned to bridge the gap between research and the public. And under the Biden-Harris administration, this priority is now policy. Because many of you know that I'm biased, I'm going to start way out beyond our planet and then return homewards. In the last several decades, we've increasingly understood that determining how our universe, our galaxy, and our solar system work are critical to understanding the fundamental questions on how our pale blue dot came to be and possible future states of our planet. The last few weeks have shown the fruition, last month or so, I should say, have shown the fruition of the Obama-Biden initiatives at NASA with the landing of the Perseverance rover and the flights of Ingenuity. And I was really pleased to see the third flight of the little Ingenuity helicopter went quite well this morning. I am being very vocal actually in insisting that a future astronaut to Mars actually bring the Ingenuity rover back to live in the Smithsonian next to the Wright Flyer. We have imaged a black hole in the past several years. We're roving across the surface of Mars and even preparing to send a drone to Saturn's moon Titan. And we're readying humans, so critical to the search for the evidence of past life on Mars, beyond low Earth orbit for the first time in quite some time, over 40 years. And we are preparing to launch a telescope, the James Webb Space Telescope, that will study the atmospheres of planets around other stars, in concert with the very large telescopes that we're planning right here on Earth that will be critical to searching for life beyond Earth and other Earths. You know, to me, and I think Francis and Kay were just touching on this, you know, to me, we're on the edge of this revolution. It's an incredibly exciting time in science, and especially in terms of understanding planets and understanding habitability. And this administration stands poised to make investments in science and technology that are going to make this happen. Answering the question of whether life had a distinct second or even third origin in our solar system, studying other solar systems around other stars, allowing us to study planets that are in stages of evolution that the Earth went through, that we've only been able to model, like snowball Earth or magma ocean Earth. This is an absolute revolution that we're on the edge of, and it's only possible with investments in science and technology that not just benefit science, but drive our economy forward and help us to retain leadership in critical fields. And I know that this administration understands this. But of course, we face an unprecedented crisis at home, where knowledge is required for resilience and adaptation, and gathering the data required for solutions as we move towards achieving the new Biden-Harris emissions goals. Whether it's our Smithsonian Global Health Program that you see highlighted there in the center, where we are studying coronaviruses in bats around the world and looking around the world for other zoonotic diseases that our warming climate and growing population threatens to bring the next pandemic. Investments in fundamental science and research like this will help us be ready. At the Smithsonian, we're trying to change the climate and conservation narrative by shining a spotlight on evidence-based solutions. Through Earth Optimism, a global movement we launched in 2017, we're providing hope by sharing and amplifying stories of success and empowering people to take action. We've been designing research with communities in mind to help them better manage resources, restore species and ecosystems, and sustain livelihoods, while also creating resilience to climate change. In the center top there is an image of our Agua Salud project at the Smithsonian Tropical Research Center in Panama, where we're engaging whole communities in sustainable forestry that improves water retention, carbon sequestration, while also reforesting degraded areas with tree species that are more economically valuable to the community, mitigating climate-related disasters, supporting biodiversity, and providing livelihood opportunities. Recent other studies we've done have shown the greater impact of climate change on the very largest trees in the forest. We need detailed knowledge like this in order to keep forest systems healthy as our climate changes. We have to get communities to be part of the solution. So our Working Land and Seascapes Amplification and Innovation Grants incentivize social science and broader partnerships. It increases science and community co-production across more than 20 programs across the globe. We're utilizing data and innovative tools and technology to inform policies and expedite conservation decision-making. For example, a rapid assessment protocol developed by scientists at the Smithsonian Environmental Research Center is being deployed across the largest ever oyster restoration project in the Chesapeake Bay. This new tool will allow managers and scientists to determine if and how restoration is working and adapt accordingly. The Coastal Carbon Research Coordination Network, co-led by CERC Conservation International with multiple other agencies and universities, is increasing awareness of the potential for our coastlines to help us manage carbon more effectively. And our Marine Geo Network is assessing blue carbon storage, such as seagrasses, there in the lower right, helping us understand the effects of human activity and warming climate on these critical habitats that really do help with this issue of blue carbon storage. Deploying tracking technologies, as you see in the bottom center, to better understand animal movement and inform land use decisions, such as protected area designations and infrastructure development. This includes partnering on the American Prairie Reserve, learning how to reintroduce species to restore ecosystems even as the climate warms. We have to do this research in order to stem the biodiversity crisis. And the Biden-Harris commitment to the 30 by 30 initiative is going to help us really use science to understand how to make that 30 have the biggest impact for our planet, again, especially in terms of preserving biodiversity. Okay, now see if I can figure out how to make the slide move. There we go. Research is critical and necessary, and the administration has a commitment to do that. But as the Smithsonian, and as we've already discussed in the talks previous to this, how do we ensure that the public understands the crises, the need to act, and how they can participate? In the upper right, we do this through exhibits like the one there, which is our Deep Time exhibit, which hopefully will soon reopen at the Smithsonian's Natural History Museum, where we can do things, and that's our director of the Natural History Museum there in the upper center, Kirk Johnson, with fossils of palm fronds in Alaska. Our Deep Time exhibit really goes into understanding how climate has changed across the history of the Earth, the fact that we once had palm trees in Alaska, and helping people to understand climate is capable of changing that much, and we need to ensure that this does not happen again. And this is why turning the tide on emissions is absolutely critical. In the upcoming renovated National Air and Space Museum, we're going to have an exhibits talking about how critical Earth observations are to understanding our planet. We as the Smithsonian, but certainly all of us, have to help us understand, the public to understand the importance of evidence-based decision-making. We need to teach people to think like a scientist, not just to engage and inspire the next generation of STEM workforce. And I add the D and C to STEM for design and computing, but to help the public understand the why. In the bottom there, you see the tagline from our Vaccines and Us website that we just launched last week, which is designed in partnership with cultural institutions across the country to help the public understand COVID, how vaccines work, how these vaccines were developed and tested, all to help reduce vaccine resistance amongst the public. We've developed curriculum like mosquito and exhibits like Outbreak to help the public understand the past, present, and future of pandemic disease, especially how disease vectors that will be accelerated by climate change. And in the lower left, with programs like Urban Waterways at the Anacostia Community Museum, we've begun the work that is so important to this administration and so critical to this country, making sure that our climate solutions recognize the history of environmental injustice and working with communities to ensure future environmental justice. As Ponch discussed, we all have and Francis was just touching on, we all have a critical role in ensuring that the STEM workforce starts to look more like our population, that every child understands the significant contributions to science and technology that have been made by people who look like them, and we play a critical role in telling those stories at the Smithsonian. And that we are all working to create inclusive pathways and workplaces. This includes recognizing the racial injustices and roadblocks that are faced in the STEM fields by women and men of color in particular, and this has already been touched on. This administration has clearly laid this out as a key priority, and our current crises demand no less. We need all hands on deck to help us find life on other worlds, stem the biodiversity crisis, and understand how to live and heal our warming planet. With Biden-Harris investments in science and technology and in the future, I think we are truly going to see really significant progress being made and possibly make all of us into Earth optimists. So thank you, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Ellen, for those wonderful words and for letting us all know that the Smithsonian is a part of our federal science enterprise and is a research partner for so many of us. Thank you for those words. And I noticed you have not attracted any specific questions yet, but I'm sure you will get some as we go along. So thank you all for highlighting some of the themes of your federal science agencies. Maybe in a few months, we will be able to have a much larger gathering of other science leaders in the Biden-Harris administration. at this moment within the first 100 days. We are a small but mighty band. And I'd like now to turn to Dr. Marcia McNutt as a discussant of sorts about the many activities the Academy of Sciences has been supporting federal science agencies in doing. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Marcia McNutt, who is a geophysicist and the 22nd president of the National Academy of Sciences. From 2013 to 2016, she was editor-in-chief of the Science family of journals. And she was also director of the U.S. Geological Survey from 2009 to 2013, during which time USGS responded to a number of major disasters, including the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, at which time I saw a lot of her from my previous time at the OSGP for her work to help contain that spill. Dr. McNutt was awarded the U.S. Coast Guard's Meritorious Service Medal. And now our leader for this wonderful National Academy of Sciences meeting taking place for the second year in this space where we all live. I present to you Dr. Marcia McNutt.
Well, thank you very much, Kay, for that introduction. And I want to thank all my fellow panelists for what have been very insightful and illuminating comments. I thought I'd take a slightly different tack in my presentation today. And that is, Kay, you mentioned all the disasters that I had to preside over as USGS director. And I guess that leads me to my first point, and that is, namely, that the National Academy of Sciences was born in crisis. And it is through the ensuing crises over the past more than 150 years that the National Academy has helped science rise to its finest moments in service to society. So going back to the beginning, we were founded during the Civil War. And it was the brainchild of Abraham Lincoln that he wanted the scientists on his side. And that's why he created the National Academy of Sciences. And the National Academy has been on the side of helping governments through the ages rise to challenges. We got a big boost in our advising capacity during World War I, when all sorts of new types of warfare were suddenly being waged, and the government needed to have science. And then again in World War II, where science proved to be decisive in the outcome of the war. And the National Academy was there to help by deciding what was the important science that needed to be supported, how could that science be used, and how it would turn the tide in the war. And now today, we're faced with two really existential challenges. The first is climate change. It is a slow-moving crisis to which we, unfortunately, at this point, have to respond very decisively and very quickly. And the other challenge is our crumbling infrastructure that prevents us from achieving our national true potential, from engaging everyone in the country, and from helping businesses as well as institutions have the basic structure that they need to thrive. So let me start with climate change. Clearly, all of our federal agencies have very strong science incorporated in them, whether it's the Department of Agriculture or the Department of Defense, the Department of Interior, or the Department of Commerce. There is science in all of these aspects of government, and science that really needs to be brought to bear on the climate change problem. In USDA, we're concerned about crops and whether they will get outside their zone of maximum productivity because of changing climate, or crops that just may not even be cultivatable in the areas of the country that they are right now. Or take the Department of Defense. The Department of Defense is concerned about rising seas inundating its naval bases and how climate change could actually be a threat multiplier in securing our borders and peace globally. And then we look at the Department of Energy, which is responsible for energy innovation. And we know that there is no solution to the climate crisis without energy innovation. Or NOAA within the Department of Commerce, that is very concerned about the increase in the intensity and the duration of climate problems such as droughts or the intensity of hurricanes. All of these things are, of course, being dealt with in a sort of piecemeal fashion across the country. And so this brings me to what the role of the national academies can be. We know that it is not easy and often fraught with all sorts of negative repercussions when we try to reorganize government to respond to the crisis du jour. All of these federal agencies have very strong congressional structure, which produces their budgets and gives oversight to their activities. And reorganizing federal agencies to make for new missions or moving missions between agencies has always been problematic. If for no other reason, then each of these agencies has its own culture. And when you try to move a group from an agency with one culture to another culture, then it can be something that is not successful. But here at the National Academy, we actually can be more innovative and more nimble in terms of helping to guide what are disparate portfolios in the federal government. So in the case of climate change, we have actually set up a cross-divisional new initiative at the Academy that includes the social sciences, the built environment, the energy issues, and environmental issues, and many other aspects, human health, the human health aspects of climate change. We can bring these all together and help create not only a forum for considering problems and solutions, but also be an umbrella that pulls together many of the different agencies. Our purpose is to advise the federal agencies, and in many cases, our studies incorporate many more than one at the same time and can understand the perspectives that all need to be brought together. Another big new initiative that we are launching is one in infrastructure. We've already discussed on this panel the problem of bringing all of America to the table for solutions, bringing all of America to science, bringing all of America to engineering. And one obvious solution to this is to increase broadband coverage across the entire nation. But can we increase broadband across the entire nation without impinging on bands of the spectrum that suddenly mean none of our GPSs work anymore? I mean, that would certainly not be a good solution to a very important problem. And it's for issues like that that the Academy can help to understand what the problem looks like from all aspects and to find solutions that actually achieve our outcome in the long run. So I just want to say that the Academy stands ready to help and to help smooth the silos that can be created within the federal agency and to help bring people from outside the federal government as well to the table. We have a much easier time convening people from academia, from industry, from government, and even international voices in all of these very difficult problems. So it's my pleasure to join you all on this wonderful panel discussion today, and I look forward to questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. McNutt, and thank you for continuing to uphold the long tradition of the National Academy of Sciences providing scientific advice to, well, the American people, to Congress, and to the federal science agencies. We've seen many examples of how the Academy has adapted, especially in this pandemic year, to providing actionable, real-time scientific evidence that has immediate impact on the way we live now. I think it's a reflection of how in the past year, we've certainly seen a lot of fast science, fast but excellent science. The scientific community has had to respond in near real time to changing conditions. We've seen the revolution in scientific publishing and the sharing of data, not just genetic sequences, but all types of scientific data. And so we are living through a moment, not only for scientific communication and research, but also, of course, a moment for really improving and strengthening the connections that scientific knowledge has to the everyday lives of Americans and people around the world. So thank you all for participating in this revolution. And, you know, when we return to something resembling normal, we know that we'll never go back to the way it was before, because we have all been transformed. The scientific enterprise has been transformed. The federal enterprise has been transformed. And of course, Americans' relationship to scientific information and knowledge, we hope, has been transformed as well. So thank you all for being part of this discussion. I'd like to extend our discussion with a couple of questions that have come in to all of us and also to individual leaders. So let me start with a question from Dr. Alberts in the audience about the concentration of research. I mean, he notes that the concentration of research activity on our two coasts threatens to get more extreme. Are there ideas for programs that might reverse this continuing trend of concentrating research, and which, of course, my editorial addition, may work against our vision of making sure that the benefits of science and opportunities to do science are extended to all Americans, no matter where they live? And I have some ideas of how we might answer that question, but I will invite Dr. Collins and Panch and Ellen to answer this question.
Well, I can start. It is a very appropriate question. Hello, Bruce Alberts. And I know this is something that you care about deeply, as do I. It is troubling when you look at the trends to see how, at least in terms of biomedical research, and Panch and Ellen can talk about other areas, we do seem to see an increasing concentration of the funding in the sort of top 15 or 20 institutions that have lots of infrastructure and which are very successful in getting their grants supported when they send them in. And yet we know the talent is not limited to the coasts of this country. Many of the people who we most want to bring into our scientific workforce grew up in other places, maybe had the best chance to learn about science and get excited about science in their own locations that didn't happen to be Boston or San Francisco. And so we have to be sure that we are doing everything we can to spread the scientific opportunities around. At NIH, a major signature program is called IDEA, I-D-E-A, which stands for Institutional Development Award. And those awards go to the 24 states that are not particularly well supplied with research dollars from NIH. And there's a careful definition of how do you get to be an IDEA state, and people are always arguing about where that line is. But that is, in fact, a place where we put a substantial amount of research dollars. And I am pleased to say that the current Biden-Harris administration seems particularly anxious that program, if anything, extend its reach beyond what we've been able to do so far because of the awareness that there's such talent out there. The IDEA states, for instance, can compete for centers of biomedical research excellence, which offer the opportunity for interdisciplinary collaborative efforts. I have a great time whenever I go to an IDEA state, because I used to travel before a year ago, to visit those COBRI, as they're called, centers, and to see the vibrancy of what's happening there in institutions that might not be in our top 20 in terms of awards, but are clearly doing great science. So I also think because of the way in which biomedical research is increasingly possible to conduct in a virtual fashion, because so much of what we are now excited about are computational capabilities, that the need to be in an institution that has a really heavy equipment footprint for a lot of the kinds of things that we would want to see real talent invest in, that's not quite so critical, perhaps. There are still exceptions, of course. So yeah, Bruce, you're onto something. I'd like to hear what my colleagues say about this. This has got to be a priority for us. We are the United States of America, not the United Coastal States of America, and we should act accordingly.
Thank you, Francis. If I can go next, Bruce, again, thank you so much for the question. And coming from a small state myself, let me start right there. I have a deep appreciation for where talent and ideas are everywhere. Everywhere. I've seen it firsthand in terms of the unbelievable talent that we have been able to get in a small state like Arizona and manifest that into unbelievable outcomes through entrepreneurship, through industry leaders, through academic leadership that people express themselves in terms of. So I know that talent is everywhere, ideas are everywhere, and that's why I keep talking about this again and again and again, this concept of missing millions or turning the invisible visible. This is a very important imperative of NSF. So to your question, we have programs like EPSCoR. To me, EPSCoR is a great program, but it should not be limited to that. It's, I would say, icing on the cake, but the cake itself should be such that it is across the nation in every form, every program needs to make sure that ideas and talent everywhere is recognized. This is where when I talked about AI in every state, when I said that, I know that talent is everywhere. And if we don't think that way in the first hand, in terms of how we configure our partnerships, how we bring together initiatives, then it is a missed opportunity. Shame on us all. Same thing when I talked about quantum. And so I said these are but only platforms, because these platforms can be substituted by anything, replace AI by anything else. It should be that way. But Bruce, there is an underlying thing that we need to all remember. In order to do this, we need to make sure that we are empowering, energizing, making possible and lifting talent and ideas everywhere. Just last week, I had two conversations, let me tell you. I made a presentation to the Association of American Universities, AU presidents and chancellors. And I told them, these are great institutions that you're leaders of. If only you can embrace 5, 10 other institutions in your region, that you can lift them all up together in addition to yourself, to your partnerships, wouldn't we all be the better for that? Likewise, I gave a talk to the HBCU leaders last week. I was told that about 2,000 people tuned into the talk. And there again, I said the kinds of programs that we are launching, HBCU undergraduate scholarship program, with the 50 HBCUs led by Morehouse, Spelman, and others. These are the kinds of things that we need to consciously do. We have, I'm putting together panels. We had Black scientists panel who gave us fantastic ideas of how to get out of this normal thinking that we have gotten used to, but break out of that and do these innovative things that can embrace talent and ideas everywhere. We're, in fact, in the next National Science Board meeting, we are talking about an MSI panel. We are going to constantly look at and listen to and see how we can do this. And I will leave you with the last point. In order to do this, partnership is the key. I'm so thrilled that my colleague, Francis, and when I had the first conversation with Francis, that we talked about, Francis, if you remember, is how might we lift the K-12 scientific spirit across the nation? How might NSF and NIH work together? I think all our agencies can work together. And I know the leadership, like Francis, unbelievable leader, and the leaders in other agencies. I reached out to our incoming secretary of the Department of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, and others. So we will have to work together, and we will work together. Everybody believes in this. When I hear Ellen talk about this, that talent is important, all of us know that we all share in this. And Marcia believed this deeply in the academies now to, unleash this talent and ideas across the nation. So I think we are going to come up with through partnerships. And lastly, partnership with industry. Let's not forget that. Industry and foundations are people that I'm talking to, because they too have this desire to want to recruit talent from everywhere. They also want to locate themselves potentially in other parts other than just the two coasts. So how might we partner with them to do even better? And there's a lot of conversations around that. I can tell you that in addition to the many wonderful existing programs and some pilots at NSF, that I'm challenging to asking them to scale them up rapidly, but also introduction of new programs through partnerships. Because you are right, Bruce, we need to do this urgently, in order that our domestic talent can be fully capitalized for the benefit of our nation and benefit of all.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite Dr. McNutt to say a few things about what the National Academy is doing in terms of addressing geographical considerations in our scientific research capability.
So, great question, Bruce. Hello from your former office. It's not at all the way you left it, but you're welcome anytime to come visit. So this is an important problem, and one that my perspective on it comes from the fact that I grew up in Minnesota. And Minnesota is probably, in terms of North America, the furthest that you can get from an ocean, the Gulf, the Atlantic, the Pacific, or the Arctic, of any place in America. And as I was growing up, I was very steeped in this admiration for the great public universities. University of Minnesota, University of Wisconsin at Madison, Michigan, Michigan State, all of these fabulous institutions that at the time could stand up to any university in the country when I was younger. And so it's actually only been in the last few decades that there has been this sense of the erosion of the prestige of these great land-grant universities. And instead, this thought that everything's happening on the coast. And of course, that's not true. As Ponch says, not everything is happening on the coast. And we recognize at the Academy that there is excellence everywhere. So we have a special initiative right now at the National Academy that rewards our members for finding, nominating, and electing members from underrepresented states and underrepresented R1 institutions, which are all over the country. Because if we can't change the minds of young researchers coming up in the world, that they can make their career anywhere, that they do not have to be on a coast to be recognized, we can do that by showing before them these fabulous, top-notch scientists who choose to live in Madison, Wisconsin because of the great quality of life, or who choose to live in Colorado because they love the natural beauty. There is excellence everywhere. But finally, I want to say a part of the problem is the reluctance of states to support their great state institutions. The Academy can't do this alone. NSF and NIH, as much as they can send grants there, we have to reaffirm the importance of the public institutions to be supported by their states.
Thank you. Kei Koizumi from Columbus, Ohio, home of Ohio State University, is with you all the way. I'd also like to turn to Dr. Sotham for her remarks.
Fellow Ohioan, Cleveland, Ohio. So we're all Midwesterners here. This is so critical, and we've certainly seen this play out over the last year, especially in terms of public understanding and acceptance of science. There are huge divides in this country, and some of them do fall along rural, more urban lines. And so to me, this isn't just an imperative for science and getting the best science. It's actually imperative for bringing the country together, especially around public understanding of science when we're facing things like racial injustice, like COVID, again, like the climate crisis. And the Smithsonian is actually about to embark on a whole rural initiative. How do we partner with our affiliate museums across the country to make sure we're allowing everybody to benefit off of what does history teach us? What can it tell us about the history of this country? What does it tell us about the history of science, the history of developing vaccines? the history of why we understand and how we understand that our climate is changing. And so I think from the very youngest levels to just an appreciation of the importance and the method and the how of science, this is an absolute imperative. And I also want to say, because I'm sure the First Lady would want us to talk about the importance of community colleges across the whole country in this pipeline. And we can't neglect community colleges, the important role that they play in the science pipeline, especially in reaching communities of people who are underrepresented in science. So there's so many tools we have out there. And it's really just the emphasis that we need that I know we're all counting on this administration to enact.
Thank you so much. Let me turn to a couple of other questions, some directed at individuals. So we have a question for Panch about, related to what Dr. Collins said about extensions for NIH grants. The question is how NSF is addressing delays and difficulties NSF investigators are experiencing during this time of COVID. Are there similar plans for funded extensions underway at NSF?
Thank you so much for asking the question. Absolutely. As Francis was mentioning, the various initiatives at NIH, I felt that likewise, NSF has also been right from day one, making sure that we are very tuned into the community and the struggles that is faced with the community and be responsive right away. So individual investigators have been talking to program officers so we can make accommodations. But from an NSF-wide perspective, notwithstanding the fact that we also work with the CARES Act funding and other funding to initiate research that helps support the situation at hand, we can talk about that in a minute. But to address more specifically the challenges faced by investigators, as soon as we got into this, we said that let's see what we can carve out from our existing budgets so that we might address, and I call this in the following way: how might disproportionately affected individuals and disproportionately affected institutions get the support that they need so that their aspirations are not in any way, other than what has already been through this challenge that we're all facing, that we can see how we can mitigate that to the best extent that we can. So we have been taking that approach primarily. How do we provide support for disproportionately affected institutions and individuals? And therefore, we carved out the funds so that we might address those folks at the transition points. It might be an undergraduate research student finishing up that project, a PhD student finishing up that project, a postdoc who's ready to get on and get a position in academia or an industry. It might be an early career researcher. It might be a mid-career researcher. All of them have gone through challenges. And as Francis said, there is people who are taking care of their children, their family, and particularly women who have been really challenged in terms of being able to exercise their unbelievable talent, but at the same time having to live through these difficult times, taking care of everything at the same time. We are very, very tuned into that and making sure that our support systems are making that possible. Let me give you a number. We are so thankful to the President and the Congress for the American Rescue Plan support that we received of $600 million. Even before that, we have deployed, added to $600 million, when you look at that, almost close to $1 billion of support that we said that we have to intentionally and with intensity make sure that we support all the people at transition points. And as I said, disproportionately affected institutions and individuals being the focus. And through supplements, through other kinds of programs that we have put in place, and there have been very innovative ideas that have also been put in place. In the interest of time, I may not be able to go through everything, but please tune into NSF and make sure that this is something that you are asking your program officer. We will make sure that we're widely distributing to scientific societies, to academies and other kinds of venues, the kinds of efforts that are being put out there. But I want all of you to feel, if you're one of those who's feeling really, affected and want to help, please never hesitate to talk to a program officer, to NSF, anybody at NSF, and we will make sure that we are there to help you, because this is a moment that we cannot and must not lose talent and ideas in our nation. Exceedingly important to make sure that we're accelerating rather than slowing down. So thank you so much for the question, and we stand ready to serve and help.
Thank you so much. I have a question for Dr. Collins, asking, what approaches NIH is taking to better engage the public on scientific issues, where there have been recent challenges on the proliferation of misinformation about science on various issues.
Well, that is certainly very much front and center right now, as we are in a circumstance with vaccines that have been proven remarkably safe and effective, that other people in other countries are wishing somehow they had access to, and yet we have in this country a wonderful opportunity for virtually everyone over 16 to get immunized, and yet we have a lot of resistance and concern. And I guess one of the things I should say is that every person who's expressing a lack of confidence maybe has a little different reason than every other person, and we shouldn't try to assume that we understand all of those reasons. We should do a lot of listening. But one of the reasons is the misinformation, which is so widely out there about vaccines, conspiracy theories about how these came to be, what kind of chips would be put into your body if you get immunized, that this will cause infertility, all of those things that you've heard about, which are widely available on social media if one goes and looks. So what is the right response for the scientific community? And it's not just the government. I'm going to sort of push this back and say this is on all of us as scientists. If we have been given the privilege of careers in this truth-seeking activity called science, and we have therefore access to the facts, it is not sufficient to go in the lab and close the door and say that's somebody else's problem. We all really have to have some sense of responsibility in a generous, understanding, good listener kind of way of sharing what we know and what we don't know, and being honest about both of those. Certainly, we are finding in the midst of this COVID crisis, particularly strong sense of need here to get the word out. And I guess one of the things, though, that I have learned about that in the course of the last few months is that if you really want to get information that's correct and trusted into the hearts and minds of people who need it, it's probably most important to empower community voices to come alongside. For me as a government employee, to say to somebody who's wondering about vaccines, it's fine, they're safe and effective, is a lot less convincing than if it's somebody in their own hometown. Maybe the person who teaches high school biology who explains that to the kids in the class, or the doctor they go to, or the pastor of a local church. So I guess once again, this sort of points out if we really want to make headway in terms of literacy of the general public about things that really could make a difference between life and death, that means we've got to incorporate all of the valid inputs and make sure the community is part of that process, and not just that we're helicoptering in as scientists saying, we're smart and you're not, so take our answers and be really glad we gave them to you. That doesn't work. No finger wagging, and being willing to enlist and empower all the partners we can. The news media can be really helpful, and there are lots of credible news media sources that we should make ourselves available for. So scientists, if you're being asked to provide information, even if you're not quite so used to that, do it anyway. Be sure you get the facts really clearly and put them in front of the people who are searching for it. I think a lot of the reporters on COVID have actually gotten a pretty sophisticated view put out there, but they only get there by depending on all of us in the scientific community to answer their phone calls. So that's part of what we have to do as well. I wish I had an answer about the social media problem. And obviously people will be debating this in terms of what is the responsibility of the media vendors to monitor what's being put out there on their own platforms, and to what extent do they need to step in and basically say, no, you're not going to be allowed to say something that's demonstrably false and is going to hurt people without being accused of violating the First Amendment. So it's a challenging balance, and I don't know that we've quite got it right, but I'm not sure what getting it right looked like. So yeah, just kind of coming back to the original question, I think all of us at this time and at all times as scientists, we ought to be sort of willing to spend some fraction of our time explaining what we do and why it matters and answering those questions. So that means volunteering, go to the JCs, give a pocket lunch, When your high school biology teacher says, I want a scientist to come talk about this issue, say yes. We can all do those things.
Thank you,
Smithsonian does a lot of this, may I say. So we really ought to hear from Ellen about this one.
Yeah.
I will say on our Vaccines and Us website, Francis, this is exactly what we were thinking of, is how do we provide resources to community centers around the country, posters they can put up? Because as you say, there are so many reasons that have been researched for why communities are resistant to vaccines, and the answers are different. And so are we providing all the resources we can in a really clear way so that communities around the country can pick and choose amongst those resources to really reach out? And I agree with you. When I was chief scientist of NASA, I would go around to the NASA centers and say, I want all of you to be giving a talk to a church group, to be giving a talk to a Girl Scout troop. This is part of your job. It is what you have to do. We have to get out there and talk about what we do, because that passion, that process, then people will start to understand science a little better.
Yeah. I could just add one other thing that White House has sponsored, and it's now really gotten quite a lot of momentum, something called the COVID Community Core, CCC. If you're interested in looking up that, just Google under "We Can Do This." That's the motto. We can do this. And you'll see hundreds of organizations, lots of church organizations, community centers, and so on have signed on to this. Groups like the National Urban League, trying to reach out to those who've been hit particularly hard with COVID, getting all the information you could want in front of people about vaccines, about testing, the COVID Community Core, that kind of thing coming together now in the face of an emergency. Maybe we could learn from that as something that ought to have legs, even going beyond the current crisis.
So I'd like to jump in here too to just say, we're in the middle of this pandemic, but imagine that the disease could be transferred by people who never came into contact with each other, but that it actually went through the internet. Well, that is the kind of pandemic we're dealing with in terms of misinformation. It has all of the same attributes of epidemiology, except it goes through the internet. You are not safe anywhere unless you completely unplug. So recognizing this, the Academy started a partnership with Google and Bing, in which we asked the internet providers to tell us what are the most important questions that people are searching for answers for on the internet. But you find that all of the potential places where those searches could be sent are misinformation. And then, armed with that list of topics for which the internet is crawling with conspiracy theories and misinformation, we got together the experts and paired them with science writers to distill what might be really solid recommendations, but from wonky science papers and Academy reports, and wrote them at the 8th grade level so that anyone could understand it. This program is called Based on Science. And during COVID, we added content which previously had been on issues such as climate change and cancer and human health. We added a whole big section on COVID. That is now the top Google searched item for information on COVID. And it has been so popular that it has actually driven traffic to other Academy sites where people are looking for more detail on good information. So this isn't to say that I think we need to also reach out to uncommon purveyors of information that are community-based, such as pastors and local weathermen and people like that. But I think something like this can be done effectively. I'll also say, and kudos to NIH, that your scientist, Kizzmekia Corbett, is probably a one-woman outreach to the African American community. And we talked earlier about how if science doesn't look like America, how can we possibly reach them? Well, she is doing that because she worked on the vaccine. That is her community. She grew up in rural North Carolina and is so effective at telling her community, look, I worked on this, it is safe, and I wouldn't do something because this is something that I want my grandma and my grandpa to take, this vaccine. So we have to do that as well.
Thank you
If I
so
can
much,
just jump in
everyone.
and add a comment, if that's okay.
Yes, Panch.
Okay, so this moment has shown us the importance of social behavioral sciences. That how important it is that the message, the trustworthiness of what we are saying as scientists and others is very, very important in terms of adherence to the kinds of things that we want people to listen to and potentially, exercise their judgment through that. So I'm very happy to say that one of the, we funded many, many rapid and eager grants. And one of the grants, if I can quickly thumbnail it, is a grant by our Nobel laureate Abhijit Banerjee at Harvard. And basically what he did was he did a study in Calcutta where he had trusted people like Abhijit Banerjee and other folks that people trust and had the messages about complying to all the protocol, safety protocols. And they had these phone messages of different kinds, wearing masks, maintaining social distance, washing hands, etc., of different types. And it turned out that not only did people, and it was control groups, not only did people adhere to what was said, but they adhered to all the other protocols that were not even said in the messages because they trusted the person who was communicating this message to them. And therefore, they adhered to the protocols. Then the same study brought back here and said, how might we then take, in the African American community and Hispanic community, physicians of that community, then sending these messages out, and therefore the adherence being increased. And so it was a very interesting study, just a $200,000 project, but came up with unbelievable, impactful messages of how messages should be communicated. So I just want to underscore, oftentimes we question social behavioral sciences and the importance of that. These are simply intertwined with all the sciences. I'm not talking about amongst us as a scientific community, but I'm talking about there is this question about this sometimes outside. And I'm trying to make sure that this moment has shown us, if not, anything, that these are very, very important. How do you intertwine the science and technology advancements with social behavioral science as an underpinning? And that advancement is exceedingly important in situations like this and more. And therefore, I think at NSF, we are therefore doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down in order to make sure that this gets the attention that it needs so that we don't have such problems in this magnitude in the future, hopefully. So thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for joining us as science leaders and as participants in this meeting. I'm committed to giving us a break from this vector of misinformation, but also good information. I will gavel this session to a close shortly. First, by thanking the science leaders who have joined me. I'm so looking forward to working with all of you during this administration. And we're going to be joined by more, and we're going to have a really big group picture by the Einstein statue around this time next year. I'm also appreciative of everyone who's joined us and who has asked questions. Apologies for not being able to ask all of your questions. And do stay tuned, take a break, but stay tuned at 2 o'clock for a follow-on session on the scientific workforce that will be led by my colleagues at OSGP, Dr. Alondra Nelson and Dr. Jane Luchenko. Wonderful to spend this Sunday. Happy DNA Day with you, all of you. And I will look forward to seeing more of you and all of you who are participating in days to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. It was a fantastic discussion. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Kate.
you.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Jane Lubchenko. I serve as Deputy Director for Climate and Environment at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. My good colleague, Dr. Alondra Nelson, OSTP's Deputy Director for Science and Society, and I have co-organized today's annual meeting panel on rebuilding the federal scientific workforce. We'd like to begin by thanking Dr. Marcia McNutt, the NAS President, for suggesting this panel and inviting us to co-organize it. The previous session highlighted the central role that science plays in the Biden-Harris administration, and it gave you a taste of some of our exciting priorities. And from the abundance of powerful actions already taken by this administration, it should be crystal clear to each of you that science is back. In this administration, science is valued, respected, and actively used to benefit the lives of working people, as well as families around the world. Science should mean hope and opportunity. Like the lighthouse on my pin, science should guide us along the way. We seek to provide that beacon, to harness that potential, to make those opportunities and that benefit broadly available. For science to be maximally helpful now and in the future, it is imperative that we have a vibrant and diverse federal scientific workforce, a culture that enables them to be maximally creative and productive, and a commitment to openness, transparency, and evidence-based decision-making so that their science is actively shared and public and used to make policy and management decisions. We are here today to explore elements of those aspirations. We have an exciting panel lined up for you today. Our goals for this panel are three. One, highlight the importance of a strong scientific workforce in the federal government. Two, shine a spotlight on the importance of ensuring that the enabling conditions are in place for science to thrive and inform understanding, policy, and action. And three, highlight the imperative and the immediate opportunity to build back better a federal scientific workforce. We hope to convince you, NAS members, and everyone joining us today that you should be active partners in helping strengthen, diversify, and rebuild the federal scientific capacity we need for the nation we want. Following my opening remarks, I will turn the program over to Dr. Nelson, who will introduce our panel and lead a conversation. We will reserve the final 20 minutes or so of the program for questions from our audience, so prepare to engage. Let me begin by highlighting the central role that science should play in any administration. Science across the federal agencies, scientists across the federal agencies play critical roles. They produce and fund basic and use-inspired discoveries, discoveries that push the boundaries of knowledge in every conceivable discipline. For that knowledge to be useful and to be used, it must be shared, not only with other scientists, but with the public and decision makers. It must be trusted. And so who creates and communicates the science matters, as do the conditions under which it is created and shared. Science will be strongest when scientists are humble and open to ideas, questions, and collaboration from diverse sources. Scientists should respect and value indigenous and traditional knowledge. In many circumstances, co-creation of knowledge with diverse actors, diverse users, can enhance discovery as well as facilitate salience and trust. Moreover, diverse perspectives are more likely to create breakthroughs and yield richer and more robust information and knowledge. We need a federal scientific workforce that looks like America. We do not have that now. One goal of this administration is to create a federal scientific environment that taps into new potential, particularly from those historically underrepresented, so that science can thrive and all people can benefit. For agency and administration priorities, for agency and administration policies and practices to be most effective, they should be solidly grounded in the best possible science. In short, people benefit when science is at the table. Regardless of whether an agency is providing a hurricane forecast, reporting climate trends, or issuing guidance to minimize the spread and impacts of COVID, the public needs to have confidence that the information or policies have not been manipulated for political reasons or for personal gain. People need to be able to trust that the government is telling them the truth. So, what are some of the enabling conditions for science to thrive and for people to trust the science-based information that they receive? Here are 3 that are relevant to our discussions today. Enabling condition number 1, policies and a robust culture of scientific integrity. The Biden-Harris administration is dedicated to ensuring that science and evidence are central to federal decision-making, and that scientific information is not manipulated, suppressed, distorted, or cherry-picked. President Biden made this goal crystal clear when on his 7th day in office, he issued a presidential memorandum entitled Restoring Trust in Government Through Scientific Integrity and Evidence-Based Policymaking. One portion of this presidential memorandum focuses on safeguarding federal science and scientists from political interference by assessing and updating agency policies. These policies will prevent improper political interference in the conduct and collection of scientific research data, prevent the suppression or distortion of scientific or technological findings, data, information, conclusions, or technical results, support scientists and researchers of all genders, races, ethnicities, and backgrounds, and advance the equitable delivery of the federal government's programs. The presidential memorandum directs OSTP to take a number of steps to strengthen scientific integrity policies across the executive branch. Dr. Nelson is leading that effort. I assist, and we look forward to sharing more information about our findings and actions in due course. We need only reflect on the so-called Sharpiegate incident to understand why it is so important for the federal government to ensure strong scientific integrity. You will recall that with the stroke of a black Sharpie marker, the forecast track of Hurricane Dorian was irresponsibly altered in September of 2019 to defend President Trump's earlier incorrect assertion that Alabama was in the path of the hurricane, when in fact it was not. NOAA's National Weather Service office in Birmingham was castigated by President Trump's political appointees for providing accurate information to the public in the middle of a crisis when accurate, life-saving information was of utmost importance. The entire scandal risked undermining public trust in government information, demoralized dedicated scientists and federal employees who are devoted to accuracy and public safety, and highlighted the importance of having in place robust, enforceable scientific integrity policies with real consequences to minimize the likelihood of violations of public trust. Robust scientific integrity policies and a culture of integrity are thus both in the public interest and are necessary to help attract, retain, and nurture a talented workforce. Enabling condition number 2, an empowered and valued workforce. The best and the brightest scientists will be attracted to positions where they can create, thrive, and contribute meaningfully to society. Because exposure to innovation substantially increases the chance for further innovation, there need to be opportunities for agency scientists to interact, share, learn from other agency scientists, as well as non-governmental scientists. Federal scientists need viable career paths with clear opportunities to advance their careers and be trusted voices in their agencies. Federal scientists must have the ability to be fully functional members of the scientific community, to publish, attend scientific meetings, and be active in professional scientific societies. And enabling condition number 3, a diverse workforce. Diverse perspectives and different ways of thinking are consistently highlighted as powerful ways to enhance the likelihood of discovery and the robustness of solutions. At present, the federal scientific workforce does not look like America. It should. Strategies to inspire, attract, retain, support, and empower a diverse workforce are urgently needed. Moreover, fostering a culture of federal scientists serving local communities may attract talented individuals, advance science, and contribute to the salience of the resulting information or solutions. New organizations, such as Science for Social Equity, can serve as a model for how federal scientists can address problems identified by their communities. Recently introduced legislation in the NSF for the Future Act would require its director to consider social and economic inequality when selecting focus areas. Many federal agencies lost significant numbers of talented scientists during the last administration. This highly unfortunate situation now creates a golden opportunity to build back better. So, what will it take to jumpstart a process that energizes great scientists to join the federal workforce? This administration values protecting the federal workforce, as a number of executive orders have already addressed, but more needs to be done. How can federal scientists benefit from these executive actions? What other actions could be taken? For example, one common deterrent is that the US government is notoriously slow at hiring through usajobs.gov. And too many academics are unfamiliar with the arcane process. How might that be addressed? What other steps might attract new, diverse, outstanding scientists into government service? What are the current impediments and how can they be overcome? How can we attract creative and dedicated folks? We look to our panel and listeners for ideas. With that in mind, it's now my great pleasure to turn over the virtual microphone to my valued colleague, Dr. Alondra Nelson, Deputy Director of Science and Society at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. Alondra?
Thank you, Jane, for those really inspiring opening remarks about the important role of science and of scientists coming from many disciplines, methods, and perspectives in the Biden-Harris administration. It's been really a pleasure to work with you to bring today's speakers into discussion about the crucial work of rebuilding the federal science workforce. I join you in thanking National Academy of Sciences President, Dr. Marcia McNutt, for the invitation to participate in the 2021 annual meeting. And I also want to extend our appreciation to Jenny Munn and the stellar team who've done so much to make this virtual convening possible. So as you heard, Dr. Lubchenco laid out powerfully the need for today's conversation. As we come upon the first 100 days of the Biden-Harris administration, I want to underscore an issue that she raised about the enduring importance of the role of science and technology, as well as the forward momentum that was conveyed in Jane's remarks. Today's speakers will also note this forward momentum and note as well that it requires an awareness of and an attention to what Jane called enabling conditions, the conditions that will enable a thriving science and technology enterprise. And I would like to offer that these conditions include social infrastructure. That is the ability for federal scientists to have the support, broadly considered, and autonomy to do their best work that can inform the best policy and stimulate the best outcomes for the American public. I will introduce the speakers and the order they will speak, and I invite you to consult their full bios on the NAS annual meeting website. After their presentations, we will have a brief conversation with the speakers. During this time, you'll be invited to begin to place your questions in the Slido platform that's underneath the webcast. It is my great pleasure now to introduce this distinguished group of speakers. We are joined today by Dr. Gretchen Goldman, Research Director at the Center for Science and Democracy at the Union for Concerned Scientists. An environmental engineer, Dr. Goldman has led research efforts at the nexus of science and policy on topics ranging from federal scientific integrity to fossil energy production, climate change, and environmental justice. Dr. Goldman has testified before Congress and currently serves on the 500 Women Scientists Leadership Board and the Air and Climate Public Advisory Committee for the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments. Mr. Max Stier is President and CEO of the Partnership for Public Service. Max has worked previously in all three branches of the federal government. In 1982, he served on the federal personal staff of Congressman Jim Leach. Max clerked for Chief Judge James Oakes on the United States Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit in 1992, and clerked for Justice David Souter of the United States Supreme Court in 1994. Max is an elected member of the National Academy of Public Administration. Dr. Bruce Roden is Associate Director for Science for the Office of Research and Development and Deputy Assistant Administrator at the EPA. Dr. Roden is a physician with master's degrees in environmental studies and public health. His role in the ORD immediate office of the Assistant Administrator is to advance the broad spectrum of human health and ecological research initiatives that have been conducted by the EPA. Prior to this work, he was Assistant Director for Environmental Health at the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, serving for 8 years under both the Bush and Obama and Bush administrations. Dr. Marie Bernard, Deputy Director of the National Institute of Aging and Chief Officer for Science Workforce Diversity at NIH. Dr. Bernard co-leads the NIH Inclusion Governance Committee that ensures appropriate inclusion of individuals in clinical trials by sex and gender, race and ethnicity, and age. She also leads the Women of Color Committee of the Working Group of Women in Biomedical Careers. Until 2008, she was the endowed professor and chairperson of the Donald W. Reynolds Department of Geriatric Medicine at the University of Oklahoma. She is the recipient of numerous awards and honors, including the 2019 NIH Directors Award and the 2020 NIH Directors Award for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. So welcome all and thank you. This will be a lively session full of ideas about our aspirations for the health and future of the federal science workforce. We will begin with Gretchen and Max for their insights about the federal science enterprise, and then we will segue to Bruce and Marie, scientists currently working in the federal government, who will speak to the challenges, successes, and concrete ways to strengthen the federal science. With that, we turn things over to you, Dr. Goldman, to get us started.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nelson. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I am really excited to talk about this with you all today as someone who has thought about the federal workforce and federal scientific integrity for a decade. And from doing that work, it is very clear to me just how valuable the federal scientific workforces, not only for the ensuring that agencies can meet their missions, but also for providing that benefit to the public. The public, of course, greatly benefits from the federal scientific workforce being robust and diverse and effective through public health and safety protections, through enhanced security, through technological advances. And we see that every day, whether or not we're aware of it. And so in light of those many benefits that you heard Dr. Lubchenco mention as well just now, I was very concerned to see levels of federal scientific workforce for science agencies drop in the last few years. This is data from a recent study that we conducted at the Union of Concerned Scientists looking at scientific staffing levels at select science agencies since 2016. And you can see that some agencies did drop significantly in both the percentage and raw number of levels of scientific staff at their agency. This graph is in percentage, but I wanted to call out that some of those agencies with drops in raw numbers were fairly substantial. When we look at the Fish and Wildlife Service, for example, we see they lost 231 scientists since 2016, and the Environmental Protection Agency lost 672 scientific staff numbers since 2016. And this is problematic in general in terms of overall capacity, but also because it means there may be losses in particular areas. So when we dive deeper into the EPA numbers, for example, we see that a disproportionate amount of that loss came from a few job series, and the vast majority of them came from the environmental engineering and environmental protection specialists job series. And this, we did check in this data to make sure that it was people that had left the agency as best we can tell, as opposed to changing job series. But this is problematic potentially in terms of expertise loss. But I also did want to call out, as Dr. Lubchenco mentioned, that this also presents an opportunity in that we can think about how do we build back up that capacity in the areas where we need that expertise. So this can be both to potentially change or modify the expertise that's needed given what we know are our current agency needs, current research areas that could use more expertise. So there's an opportunity to change gears potentially in some of these places. And it's also a potential opportunity to diversify and get early career scientists into federal agencies. We know there's in general an aging federal workforce in many places. And so this is an opportunity to bring in new talent, to diversify who's there so that we have a more inclusive scientific workforce that's reflective of the diversity of the nation. And I also wanted to look at some other things that are giving me hope in thinking about this issue and how do we better ensure that there is a climate for science to thrive across agencies. This is from a 2018 survey of federal scientists that was published in PLOS One last year that the Union of Concerned Scientists conducted with Iowa State University. And we asked respondents, which were scientists, people with scientific jobs across agencies, to ask if they agreed that their agency adhered to its scientific integrity policy. And across agencies, we found that all of the agencies we looked at, more respondents agreed than disagreed with the statement. And that was in spite of some of those losses in capacity that we saw on previous slides, and also in spite of the many examples of instances where science was sidelined or ignored or otherwise cast aside in recent years. And so just in spite of all those things, we still see that respondents on our survey at least thought that scientific integrity was being upheld. And so what this says to me is that we are on the right track. The scientific integrity infrastructure that was conceived of and originally implemented under the Obama administration did its job. It was effective in addressing the kinds of political interference that it was intended to address. And now we just need to expand upon this and think about how do we build upon that framework to address some of the newer kinds of issues that we've seen in recent years, which hadn't necessarily been envisioned in previous administrations. Dr. Lovchenko mentioned Sharpiegate as an incident, and I don't think that many of us anticipated that we would have to worry about that kind of interference in science. And so I think now that we have seen all of those recent examples in the past few years, and we have a wealth of data from this survey and other sources of information about how things have worked or not at different parts of the government and comparisons between agencies, that we can now use that to really think about how do we bolster that scientific integrity infrastructure to advance the environment for science and scientists across the government. And at the same time, we'll need to think bigger and bolder about exactly what we want to see from the federal scientific workforce. I think there's a lot of really innovative things that we can do. We can really expand how we can diversify our scientific workforce. How can we ensure that it is a better climate for everyone to be there? And I am excited to see the administration thinking bigger about that, about how do we incorporate some of those ideas. So I will stop there, and I look forward to the discussion and thinking more about ways we can improve.
Thank you very much, Gretchen. That's some incredibly powerful, data that illustrates some of the issues that we're facing, and I look forward to coming back to some of the issues you raised in the in your presentation in the conversation. Now, I'm pleased to pass things to Max Dyer.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson and Dr. Lovchenko, for including me in this conversation. This is such an important issue that doesn't receive enough attention. I lead the Partnership for Public Service. We are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization focused on trying to make the federal government work better, and it all begins with talent. So this is a critical issue. I'm going to try to cover 3 questions in 5 minutes. First, what's the problem? Second, why does it exist? And then third, what can you do about it? So the problem, Dr. Goldman did a very nice job of presenting a bunch of data on some of the issues that are on the table. Writ large, if you look at the federal workforce, only 6% of that workforce is under the age of 30. Only 3% is under the age of 30 in IT. And the number is slightly better in the scientific workforce, but still lags substantially what you would see in the private sector. Some agencies have been devastated, and the worst example of that is the Economic Research Service and the National Institute of Food and Agriculture, which saw on average half of its workforce quitting rather than being moved quickly out of the DC area. Can't help but note that if you go back to the moon landing, Apollo 11, the average age of mission control was 28 years old. Very, very different world than I think we're thinking about. So why does this exist? And I will point to 5 big reasons for this. The first is the federal brand has been damaged, and it comes from government shutdowns, hiring freezes, negative rhetoric, political interference in science decisions, and all those things have undermined the brand, and there's been very, very little positive investment in it. Secondly, opportunities, especially for young people, are hidden. Just 4% of new hires are drawn from federal programs employing current students or recent graduates. The most basic things, student internships, are almost never used. Third, the hiring process is deeply broken. There are lots of reasons about. Dr. Lovchenko talked about time to hire. The actual assessment processes are also deeply broken. 90% of hires are done exclusively on self-reported information from the applicant. And the list goes on in terms of what's broken on the hiring process. Fourth, and very importantly, and an issue that most people don't focus on, is that we're not retaining the talent that's there. So almost 3/4 of those that are under the age of 30 who are leaving government leave within 2 years. So even when you do the right work to get people in, if you can't hold them, you haven't done yourself much good. And then finally, as a point that's been raised and that is vital, is that the diversity in STEM is a big issue, bluntly, in the broader scientific workforce, but especially in government. So what can we do about this? Rather than just admire it, I'm going to offer 10 quick suggestions that we can talk about now or later in any time that folks want. Number one, and most important, this is a leadership issue. The leaders in government have plenty on their plate, and therefore the urgent crowds out the important, and they almost never pay any attention to the critical issues of the talent pipeline coming in. Leadership ownership is fundamental, or you'll never change the situation. We have a public sector leadership model at the partnership, which I think should be the basis of both political and career leadership choices. We have a best places to work leadership effectiveness ranking. Those are things that ought to be viewed in analyzing whether leaders are doing their jobs. And bluntly, we need to reduce the number of political appointees. A big issue here is you have short-term political leaders that don't align to the long-term needs of the agencies they're running. They're not thinking about a talent pipeline that doesn't pay off for them in their short time that they're there. Number two, we need to begin with the strength of government, which is its mission. That's what's special and what really sets government apart. There are some great examples. NASA has a custom-built career website that includes video stories of the amazing things that federal employees are doing. We have our Service to America Medals program, which is unbelievable in telling great stories. We have no recognition culture in government of the great things that are going on. That needs to change. Three, we need to improve recruiting and hiring. There are a bunch of recommendations that are out there. The most clear and basic ones were set out by the National Commission on Military, National, and Public Service. They're there. They could be enacted immediately and would create huge benefit. Four, we should get young people in government. And that includes paid internships, which don't happen nearly enough. Five, there are innovative talent models that I think would be really powerful to use. We can see them in a number of agencies that aren't shared across government. Six, we got to overhaul the pay and classification systems. The pay system in government was designed in 1949 when we had a clerical workforce, not a professional workforce, and that makes a big difference. Seven, we have to invest in the HR workforce itself, and there ought to be a STEM human capital strategy across government. It's a vertically organized government. We should be thinking horizontally on issues like science. Eight, we need to create a culture that embraces technology, innovation, and collaboration. Example of this is a lot of talent coming in finds different technology on their Monday than they have in their Sunday, and that chases them away. Nine, we need to make DEI a part of the workforce strategy. If you look in the federal government, I mentioned this earlier, you see that 36% of the senior executive service, the top leaders in government, are women, 23% are people of color, and those numbers are even worse when you look at STEM positions. Just 26% are female and 18% are people of color. And then lastly, we need more of this. We need the private sector, nonprofit, philanthropy, universities, business, all caring about not just the policies they want, but the actual capability of our government. There you go.
Thank you so much, Max. There's a lot there. It's a really provocative, both observations and suggestions, and I look forward to taking those up in our conversation. So we'll turn now to comments from two colleagues who are currently working in the federal government. We'll hear first from Dr. Bruce Roden. Bruce, over to you.
Fighting with the mute button. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Bruce Roden, the Associate Director for Science in EPA's Office of Research and Development. I'm currently serving in the role of Deputy for Science in OID as we await a confirmation of a political appointee to head OID. Given today's topic of rebuilding the federal scientific workforce, I would start with big kudos to two organizations that represent the heart of science in the United States, the National Academies and the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy. So to EPA, many think of EPA only as a regulatory agency, but the agency also proudly houses the world's leading environmental research organization, the Office of Research and Development. So here we are, 12 labs, 1,500 employees, and an approximate $520 million operating budget. I should also emphasize that thousands more scientists work in EPA's regulatory programs and EPA's 10 regional offices. PhDs, masters, bachelors, scientists all. Scientists like data, so let's show some. These are the employee trends for EPA's Office of Research and Development since 2010. While this decline has continued, many environmental problems remain, and many new and complex environmental challenges have emerged. So slide 4 is resource trends for EPA research over the last 10 years. So full disclosure, the y-axis is set at 200, not at 0. So in the science community, it must be accurate to the axes. The blue line is the actual budget for research and development. The red line here represents the inflation-adjusted budget. To be clear, here, inflation has real effects, and it resulting in salary and laboratory expense increases that directly reduce cash resources against a congressionally set ceiling. The big take-home is the 42% budget plummet in the president's budget for EPA research. It was ultimately not enacted by Congress, but you can see at the end a 42% decline. This roller coaster occurred 4 times over all 4 years of the last administration. Now, normally we can expect some political turmoil in Washington. It is Washington. But the extent of the attack on research was new. Normally, the generation of new knowledge is nonpartisan. Some would say it's only politics, but it has consequences. It sends adverse messaging and uncertainty to both staff and potential recruits, has real impacts where we must hold back expenditures and cease hiring just in case. Believe me, the worry was real. I recall feeling physically nauseous when I opened the email in early 2017 and did the math on the extent of the PresBud proposed cuts to EPA research. I was not alone in feeling this impact. So now I'm going to propose some quantitative and qualitative recommendations for how to rebuild the federal scientific workforce. Quantitative. The first one's sort of fairly obvious. Reverse the declines, depoliticize support, depoliticize and make support for research bipartisan. 2, provide predictability to budget and personnel numbers. As a predominantly intramural program, our scientists have long and productive careers at EPA, and we love our postdocs. Many ORD scientists are now retirement eligible, and we need to create a steady cycle of hiring and advancement of new, young talent. And the third one is flexibility in hiring. Some cutting-edge scientific disciplines command high salaries in the private sector. Now, EPA is fortunate to be able to compete for hires using the same Title 42 authority as Health and Human Services. But EPA's authority is not yet permanent and only for a limited number of Title 42 hires. We have used this Title 42 authority to augment our research staff with some pretty amazing talent. Now, qualitative rebuilding. Let me start by emphasizing that science never left EPA. Issues have been with the use by some of alternative facts and supposed uncertainty to justify policy decisions. I guess I think back to Al Gore's 2006, An Inconvenient Truth. I'll say it again, an inconvenient truth, where facts are inconveniently getting in the way of what someone wants to do. So next proposal, research to provide solutions. A major reason researchers and scientists come to EPA is because federal scientists can directly improve people's lives and the environment. ORD is working to further this applied research by fostering close relations with our program, region, state, and tribal partners who can implement beneficial change. We're also tapping into social science expertise to engage communities. Revitalizing science communication and transparency. Here's my underlying philosophy. I think it's widely shared across the national academies. The scientific process has done us well for hundreds of years. Hypothesis, data testing, peer review, critique, publication. Add to this increasing data transparency through mandated open access to all federally sponsored manuscripts and the underlying data. The core here is open and transparent debate in the peer-reviewed literature and at conferences. Data serving as the currency of conversation. So let's be frank. Scientists can and should be pretty tough in critiquing each other's work. Society benefits from this process, independent of political interference. To paraphrase the past exchange at OSTP with Dr. Holdren, then President Obama's science advisor, following a rather tough critique by the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. OSTP staff, I know this because I was there. John, the PCAST meeting was really rough on our federal scientists today. John's response, I'm not sure what your problem is. That was no worse than a Harvard faculty meeting. Well, I just want to emphasize the benefits of that open exchange. So in closing, we also need to proactively tell more of the empowering science and discovery stories with the goal of raising awareness with the public of the many benefits that the federal science workforce provides to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruce. I want to come back to this question about how to, in our conversation about how to I think, show the public how scientists voice dissent. I mean, we have often very kind of internal communities, and I think this dissent and debate does not read the same to non-scientists as it does to scientists. And you know, there is some concern that some of the issues around mistrust of science are about this, and you know, this sort of cultural difference. So I'd love to come back to that. I want to remind our audience as we turn to Dr. Marie Bernard that we are gathering your questions in the Slido platform under the webcast, and we will get to them soon after a brief conversation between all of the panelists. So Marie, over to you.
Always have to unmute. Thank you very much, Dr. Nelson and Dr. Lubchenco. What I will be sharing will be very much to the third pillar that Dr. Lubchenco had mentioned, things that we are doing at NIH that will have a positive impact on our scientific workforce and really all of our workforce. We're very excited about it. It's called the NIH Unite Initiative. This is an initiative that came about as a result of our being very thoughtful about the events of 2020 that brought into sharp relief ongoing realities about racial injustice in our country and the responsibility of all of us to address the issue. We had a series of intense meetings of institute and center directors that helped to identify some initial issues. We had 2 self-assembled affinity groups, internal NIH staff, to approach us, one being earlier career staff in a group that was called ACRE, 8 Concepts for Racial Equity, meetings with our senior African American and Black scientists, meetings with our internal anti-harassment steering committee for really candid discussions to inform next steps. And we arrived at a shared commitment to address structural racism. We felt that we could not allow the pivotal moment to pass. And certainly with the killings that occurred in Atlanta in March, that was further accentuated. The issues that we identified was that we needed to ensure that biomedical research and the administrative system that supports it is devoid of hostility grounded in race, sex, and other federally protected characteristics. So in this new initiative, we're committed to delineating elements that may perpetuate structural racism and biomedical research, both within NIH, our scientists, and all job classifications, and the extramural community, leading to a lack of personnel inclusiveness, equity, and diversity. We feel that all ideas must be given an equal and fair review, regardless of the dominant paradigm and who puts the idea forward. And as COVID-19 has made painfully clear, health disparities and inequities continue to contribute to morbidity and mortality in our nation, making it essential to redress the fundamental causes and to come up with effective interventions. So we're looking very broadly. As acknowledged by Francis Collins at that meeting, this is a problem, and he stated, and it can be found at our website if you Google NIH Unite or go to NIH.gov ending structural racism. He states, to those individuals in the biomedical research enterprise who've endured disadvantages due to structural racism, I am truly sorry. NIH is committed to instituting new ways to support diversity, equity, and inclusion, and identifying and dismantling any policies and practices at our own agency that may harm our workforce and our science. So what was unveiled February 26th at a special meeting of the advisory committee to the NIH director was this Unite initiative, 5 interacting work streams, 1 to understand stakeholder experiences through listening and learning, another to develop new research in health disparities, minority health, and health equity, both for our internal funded researchers and for external researchers. Another that's very pertinent to this discussion, improving the NIH culture and structure for equity, inclusion, and excellence. Because when you look at our scientific workforce, it does not reflect the diversity of the US population. We're holding ourselves to be transparent and to communicate and accountable for our internal staff as well as external stakeholders. And we have a group that's looking at the external research ecosystem. What sorts of changes are necessary in policy, culture, and structure to promote workforce diversity? We see this as being centrally placed and interacting with a number of other existing things, like the standing offices that are responsible, such as the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Office that deals with EEO issues, the Personnel Office, the Communications Office, the Ombudsman, the Scientific Workforce Diversity Office that I'm currently leading. We have 27 institutes and centers and the Office of the Director that also are doing things in this space, and it's very exciting to see all that has developed since February 26th, led by all. Yes, we are looking at that extramural ecosystem to see what needs to be done, but very importantly, we are looking internally at what sorts of things need to be changed to enhance and to further the issues for our own staff. This represents the 80 plus individuals who've been working since late October when the committees were charged to begin planning to get us started on what we know is going to be a marathon. It's not going to be a sprint, but our mile markers will be at the semi-annual meetings of the advisory committee to the director, where we will report out on what we have accomplished and what we envision over the course of the next many months. So I will be happy to and excited to share with you some of those other developments and answer questions during the Q&A.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Bernard. That's really exciting work, and we'll be really, I think, all interested to follow it. So I now want to invite everyone back to the virtual stage, all of the speakers, including my colleague, Dr. Lubchenco. I want to remind our audience that you can place your questions into the Slido platform and the webcast page at the bottom of the webcast. And I'm going to start with a question to each of you individually, but all of you should feel free to jump in and answer. And I'm going to start with Gretchen. So Gretchen, in your presentation, you offered a kind of array of agencies and scientists that have left the federal workforce in recent years. And I wanted to ask you to kind of drill down to what you, and I know your data doesn't reflect this, so some of this will take some speculation, but I think also, you know, you've been working on these issues for a very long time, so are certainly an expert in this space. But what, to your mind, are the top 2 or 3 reasons that scientists are departing? And I was thinking, you know, looking at your slide that both had people leaving educational sciences as well as places like EPA, but also gaining folks at NSF. So I'm trying to think through, if you had to sort of take a broad swath at things, like what do you think are the kind of principal reasons that you're hearing? And then related to that, thinking about your scientific integrity slide, what do you think in particular about scientific integrity policies when they're working help to sustain you know, a robust and healthy federal science workforce?
Sure. So to the first point, I think there's varied reasons that people leave, of course, but some of our data does suggest some indications. We know there's the more severe cases that Dr. Steyer mentioned of, you know, entire offices that were moved across the country. You know, that, of course, is going to be disruptive, and many people will choose not to make that move. I think additionally, what we saw, another question that was on that 2018 survey we asked was, whether you had noticed within your agency active efforts to get people to leave. So things like early buyouts and early retirements and hiring freezes and things that were sort of designed not to grow or maintain the staffing levels in the scientific workforce. And so I think there was some active efforts, and it seems like perhaps that was more of an issue at EPA, for example. And so I think there was some, active efforts to reduce the scientific workforce. And then finally, I would say that, I think we can imagine what it's like to work in an environment where you don't feel appreciated or respected, or that your job is worth doing. I actually had a scientist reach out to me who was at an agency and a few years ago, and they asked if I thought it would be worth staying, like if their career was worth doing if they stayed there. And it just broke my heart to think that people, were thinking about that it might not even be worth staying. And so that is a good pivot to your second question, and in that creating an environment where people feel like their scientific work is appreciated and is contributing to the broader mission of the agency is a really great way to recruit and retain a strong scientific workforce, because many in the scientific community, we just want our work to matter, right? We just want to be able to do good things. And I think there's many ways that the federal service is very appealing for a scientist. I interned actually at EPA and in that beautiful Research Triangle Park campus that Dr. Steyer showed briefly. And it's a really great environment to be able to do scientific work, to have it be policy relevant and so adjacent to things that really matter at the national level. And so I think that we can help recruit and retain people if we have leadership that is clear that they have your back, that you can be a scientist, you can be free to do your work and to communicate that work without fear and without feeling like you need to navigate political sensitivities or feeling like your work's going to be suppressed. And so I think we've already seen a lot of strides from to come back from that and build up the trust among the federal workforce. And I think we can continue on that path to really create an environment where science can thrive at agencies.
Thank you, Dr. Goldman. Others want to weigh in on push and pull factors in recent years out of the federal science workforce and the sort of intersection with scientific integrity? Yeah, Bruce, please.
I'm naturally very bad with quiet moments, and Gretchen said such nice things about our facility in North Carolina that I really had to say something good about that too. I have a lens of research and development. That's my primary office. So, I mean, as I pointed out in my comments, we have an older population. I believe there's a lot of very successful, productive scientists who've been a while. They're frankly looking toward that, as I pointed out in my comments, that steadiness of the budget to be able to bring in postdocs and to bring in someone to sort of inherit the legacy that they've created and then bring them along in the field. So it's a bit different, I believe, to the program offices. And so I want to just be careful at EPA. I'm from the research side. There's the program office side at EPA with lots of scientists at work as well. And I'm speculating a bit here, but it must be fairly hard to write rules. They came to EPA to protect human health and the environment, and it must be fairly hard to write rules that don't necessarily go in that same direction. So there may be some angst there, but again, I'm speculating a bit there, but certainly from OID, we're looking to bring in young people. We need some steadiness of the budget to do that. We also like some of those different hiring mechanisms, but need some permanence there as well with some of those alternative hiring mechanisms.
Thanks very much, Bruce. You raised now just some of the issues that Max raised in his presentation. So Max, I wanted to come to you with a question about what in particular, you offered a lot of great recommendations. I was really struck by your idea of needing to improve the federal brand. on the one hand, of course, yes, that's true. On the other hand, engaging in a kind of critical conversation about federal government is, runs the risk of kind of eroding the brand further. So I feel like we're kind of stuck in a little bit of a kind of quagmire with regard to wanting to make improvements that require us to be critical. But that said, I wanted to know what you thought were distinctive to science and federal science about the issues that you raised. I mean, what's so incredible about the work of your organization is that for decades you've been helping us to think about the larger kind of ecosystem of federal work. What in particular would you identify of either the issues or the solutions that are distinctive, would you think, particularly to the science and technology enterprise?
So this is first of all, I can't help but just say thank you to Dr. Goldman. I'm the only non-doctor here, so, and I don't hold that with any pride, but just so that you can just call me Max, and that would be great. And look, I think your questions are a really strong one. Obviously, if I could just back up, I didn't want to jump in on the first question because I knew you were going to ask me something. I think one thing that's missing here right now, and this is related to your question too, is that we can look at attrition data and see, where there are particularly bad places, but what we don't have across the entire government is actually a human capital plan around science. And we don't really know what we need in our government. So you can see where are people leaving, and you obviously don't want to see people leaving for the wrong reasons, but we are not fundamentally putting our arms around the problem if we haven't actually determined what do we need. And what talent do we need against the vision of what we want to achieve? And I think what is distinctive about the science and tech community is that, one, it is an important horizontal across the entire government. The tendency in government is to be thinking very vertically, and OSTP is one of the few organizations that has that enterprise perspective. But bluntly, you're tiny against the size of the full massive government. And we in today's world, in my view, our problems don't respect the institutional boundaries that were created historically. They require collaboration across organizations within the executive branch, with Congress, intergovernmentally, and cross-sector. And that's not happening. And it's especially important in the science and tech arena because science and tech are so fundamental to the solution set of the problems that we face today. And it is stunning to see, in essence, we have a legacy government not keeping up with the world around it. And what's changing most rapidly is our scientific and technological understanding. So for me, that would be the core of what we really need to see done here. And ultimately, this is a leadership issue. For any large organization, the leaders are most fundamental. And we don't have leadership inside government or outside government that is aligned to the ultimate capability of those organizations. I'll come back around to your really important point that you made about the brand question. And I just want to say to begin with that this is a multi-part problem, and why I tried to define the problem is I think that fundamentally is crucial in thinking about what the solution set is. If you just took on the brand and brand alone, we'd be in trouble because you could push talent into the government and it wouldn't be pushing on the proverbial string. But I respectfully just take a different perspective on I don't see attention here. I think if we don't confront directly the criticisms, we'll never ultimately be able to get at the critical issues that need to change and the public's understanding of their government in a real way. I think what we have right now is a government that is, one, not well led, and two, which is surrounded internally and externally by capability to find problem and not solution. We have almost no bright spot analysis in our government. As a core, methodological approach, for improvement. And I don't believe any organization gets better if all you do is kick it. And there are amazing things that are happening and no one knows about them inside or outside of government. And obviously I'm stating this in an even more provocative way. There are exceptions. Almost everything that needs to happen is happening in some place, typically not in very many. So anyway, I'll stop there, but I look forward to future conversation.
Thanks very much. That's really helpful. And I think, it's the important conversation that we need to have, that there's a kind of multifaceted strategy, multifaceted problems, and that that critique is okay. So I wanted to turn, Bruce, next to you to ask about retention in junior scientists. I was really struck, and this is a little bit related to Max's response and provocation, by your comments about the lack of retention of talent. We're sitting here with Marie Bernard, who I imagine Dr. Bernard's portfolio, among other things, includes great science and strategy on how to retain scientists. The NSF has a whole directorate that spends a lot of time and energy on how to keep people in the STEM pipeline, in the talent pipeline. And yet within government itself, to take your observation, we have a challenge with retention. So what suggestions would you offer for us to, I think, leverage many of the existing programs and strategies that a lot of the federal government funds, but that we're clearly not bringing into the work that, the work of federal science retention?
So, Alondra, I guess I'm hoping I didn't say that. I was more along, yes, I understand retention's a wonderful thing, but I guess part of my point up front with regard to research and development is that we have a lot of scientists that have been with us for a long time and had very long successful careers. We're looking for the stability at the front end to bring them in, to bring in the postdocs and the ORISE fellows, and then to create a steady pathway. More of the graphic that I showed, those, the budget cut threats of 42% that are then restored by Congress, and up and down the jagged 4 years of that kind of signaling, makes it. And the response to that, we need to make sure that we can actually keep the lights on in the facility. So it makes it hard to have a steady pathway where each year we have 30 new postdocs coming in and we can assign them out as we go forward. It's like some years, I think we pulled in close to 100. When we get the hiring capacity, we bring in the postdocs, but then they count against our FTE ceiling. So steadiness and predictability of the budget is really helpful then to allow us to plan long term to bring in these people. That doesn't get to the retention, because again, from OID's perspective, I think once we bring the scientists in, we have good retention. In fact, that's part of we have a lot of the longer retention workforce looking toward retirement eligibility. And the idea is, how do we actually, backfill to make sure we don't lose all that institutional memory?
Thank you for that. I appreciate that, the clarification. But I think we do have still given, I think, Gretchen's data, the sort of bigger concern about why folks are leaving and how we might turn some of the insights that we fund and the research that we fund about pipeline retention back on ourselves, including issues around budget stability. So thanks very much, Bruce. Dr. Bernard, I wanted to turn to you. I've been struck, I'm such an admirer of the work that you've been doing with the Unite program, and I was struck that it, taken together, very much looks like what the Biden-Harris administration would call a kind of whole of government approach. So it is an approach that includes internal workforce, extramural funding, organizational culture. So I really wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about how some of the thinking of you and your colleagues with regards to what I think is effectively an ecosystem approach to transformation at NIH and to participation, diversity, and inclusion in the federal workforce, federal science workforce, excuse me.
Yes, thank you for that opportunity. Yes, it's an exciting and daunting task that we've taken on, because we have said that we want to look at every aspect of how things work at NIH to make sure that we identify what barriers may exist for people entering and being retained, and to do something about those things. We, like EPA, do have a lot of long-serving scientists, but we do see a problem earlier in the pathway of getting people into our tenure track program and through to being tenured scientists and staying within NIH for a long period of time on the intramural side. Among our extramural staff, the program staff who are responsible for developing initiatives, there is potentially even more work to be done. And on both ends of that, we are stepping back and saying, okay, what are the recruitment policies? Someone talked about the issue of job classification. And for our intramural scientists, we can get them a Title 42 somewhat more easily than you can. Absolutely, it's very difficult on the extramural side. And so recruiting and retaining people on the extramural side in keeping with their scientific experience and credentials can be a challenge. Getting people, again, who are relatively earlier in their career committed to staying in the long term when there are other options in the private sector at academic institutions, at research institutions, can be a challenge because of the limitations in what one can do within government and the speed with which one can do those things within government. We have developed some programs that have proven to be very effective. In particular, in our intramural program, we have programs where we recruit people in cohorts as opposed to individual one-offs for various positions. And that's proving to be effective in bringing in a number of excellent scientists. And we've added to that some additional support and mentoring for those individuals. It's relatively new. We're evaluating to see what the impact is there. But there are opportunities at every step of the way: the recruitment, the retention, the advancement, the awards, to make improvements. And that's what we are looking at very critically, so that we can have the ideal scientific workforce that's in our mind.
Thank you for that. And I think a nice counterpoint to Bruce's observation that you want, longstanding folks, and also to bring in a kind of new generation and a diverse generation of colleagues to the table. So let's go now to a few questions from the audience, and I will turn to Jane first and Gretchen to answer this one, but others should jump in as well. In rebuilding the federal scientific workforce, are there any important differences across the biomedical and environmental science workforce to consider? And we might expand that to, the various different types of science that are done in the federal government. Are the issues and solutions across these domains the same or different?
That is a really good. Oh, Jane, did you want to?
Go ahead, Gretchen.
It's a very good question, because we have found that scientists really vary in what they're interested in, what is important to them in a federal workforce context. As an example, one thing that has come up in past surveys is that CDC scientists, for example, like to publish, and that it is important to them to be able to continue publishing in the scientific literature, and they want policies and processes and around clearance that allow for that to happen. But that didn't come up in the same way at other agencies of what people want. And so I think there are differences between agencies to consider when thinking about, what do people feel like they need, what would help them thrive. And I also just want to underscore what Dr. Bernard is working on so well at NIH is the idea that, we know what sort of has worked in the past to recruit many who have been in the workforce for a long time. But if we want to diversify who is able to be in that environment and who can thrive in the federal workforce and stay, we should also be rethinking what others need, right? Because a lot of historically, what might have worked for the workforce, in the less diverse workforce that we've had, might not be the same as what would be useful now to ensure we can benefit from including everyone in the federal scientific workforce. And so I think programs like that can also go a long way.
Thank you. Jane?
Yeah, I think it is a really interesting question. And I think there is huge diversity across not only agencies, but scientific disciplines with respect to how politics intersects with science, and the extent to which scientific information has unfortunately been made to be political. And that has been particularly true in climate science, for example. But also in some types of biomedical research around stem cells, for example. And so I think it's just important to recognize that there is a diversity of of issues. There's a diversity of cultures. There is a diversity within and among agencies. And we have to embrace all of that diversity and create the conditions that allow for scientists across those disciplines to be able to do their work and to thrive.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to weigh on this question? We have a couple of more queued up, if not.
So I actually I would like to follow up on a question from Gretchen. Gretchen, great. You've been very engaged with 500 women scientists. I think you have a good pulse on the younger, diverse community of scientists that we would like to attract into government. Can you share with us what you think, do they see, and if not, what would it take for them to see being a federal scientist, something that would be attractive and rewarding and something that they would jump at a chance to do?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm on the board of 500 Women Scientists, which is a grassroots nonprofit that looks at diversity and inclusion and access to science for everyone. I think one thing that could be showcased in the government is, some of the things that many on the inside of the federal scientific workforce know very well, which is, that it's very flexible, that it is a chance to influence or be closer to policy decisions and have your work be really meaningful. Because that's one thing that we're seeing for younger scientists is that, they really want that impact to be able to say that what they're doing is valued, is being used, is benefiting the world in some way. And I think, that's a really big advantage that federal service offers, because you are, serving the nation and have missions that really are meaningful for a scientist who's starting their career to contribute to. So I think highlighting that element can be a huge factor. And, the other sort of broad one I would say that is what Dr. Bernard is working on is that that culture really matters. And it is very important for people to want to be in a culture that they feel is a good fit, that is inclusive of everyone, that allows them to thrive. And so I think tackling some of these, these bigger questions and challenges around structural racism and how do we make sure that we can create better environments for people to be able to do their work, where I think we're seeing with younger generations that is more important for what they want out of a workplace than perhaps had been apparent in previous years.
Thank you for that, Gretchen. So we've got a question about, this is to Max in particular, but I think can be answered by many of you. How can the very concerning defects you outlined in the hiring process for federal scientists be remedied, given the bureaucratic impediments and long-term time frame needed? So this has come up in a few of your comments. If Max or others want to weigh in on that.
Sure, and there are, again, a lot of different aspects to what's broken in the hiring process. And I think it begins once more, and I will keep hitting this note, as a leadership issue that by and large, the hiring managers or leadership in agency often devolves the hiring to a set of HR folk rather than seeing that as their primary responsibility. And there are a bunch of things that can be done within the existing rule set, and then there are some rules themselves that need to change. So an example in the category of what can be done today without rule change is including subject matter experts in the front end review of resumes. So I mentioned earlier that 90% of job hires are done on the basis of the applicant simply saying they have the appropriate skill set. And it's the HR professional without the technical expertise that is almost inevitably in charge of deciding whether that's true or not, which obviously makes no sense. You don't need any rule change. You can actually, within the existing rules, simply have your subject matter experts do the resume reviews and it's not happening. And again, I think it's this disconnect between ownership and a process. There are other things that actually do require rule change, and some of them that we've already made. So again, I pointed out that we should be looking at the government as a larger enterprise, and we were able to encourage the passage of a legislation that allows agencies to share their hiring, to share the certifications. No agencies are doing it. So we actually created a mechanism that enables you, if you found, at EPA 20 amazing, pick your wonderful science, and you only hire 10 of them, you actually, historically, no other agency could hire those other 10 that were not hired. They'd have to go back and do their own hiring process. Today, you can actually share that talent, but agencies are simply not doing it. Can't resist, finally, every professional organization in the private sector uses student interns as their primary entry pipeline in. And some places like NASA do a good job with that. But by and large, that's not happening nearly enough either. So that'd be another place where you could actually make a big difference. But people have to care. We need good data on what's actually happening. And we need to focus on, really the primary issues. The time to hire is very important, but quality of hire even more.
Thank you very much for that, Max. And certainly, I will say within OSTP, it seems clear to us that all of the kind of major issues that we face, be those kind of scientific problems, technical problems, or issues, really cross all of our divisions. And so, we are constantly sort of saying, well, yes, semiconductors, is an issue for national security, but it obviously is an issue for climate and environment, has everything to do with the STEM education pipeline and the like. And so certainly in our little bit mighty shop, we are really trying to think about this kind of enterprise approach as you're suggesting, and would be worth some further conversation about the sort of human capital strategy plan as well. So thank you very much for that. So we are almost at time. I'm going to make a few remarks to wrap us up. If anyone has any final remarks they'd like to make, I want to leave you an opening for a few parting comments. Otherwise, we will begin to wrap up our conversation.
Well, one thing I might add quickly, Dr. Nelson, if you have time, is just to note that we do also, in thinking about diversifying the workforce, want to think about ensuring that the managers and overseers of that work are also trained to do better and have the ability to manage a more diverse team. So I think as we think about retention and recruitment of new people, we need to also be thinking about ways that we can ensure that's a better place for them to thrive internally as well.
Critical insight. Thank you for that.
And Alondra, I'd just like to clarify, actually for the National Academy's audience too, and maybe explain the differences that were raised in your question about retention and the differences between the different types of scientists, between different organizations and also within EPA. I know I speak primarily for the researchers in ORD, where publication, just as Gretchen said regarding CDC, publication is really important to them, but they also have to be very responsive to the applied needs of the programs, regions, states, and tribes that EPA works with. I just want to make a big shout out for all the scientists that do regulatory type science, whether it's at EPA's regulatory program offices or at FDA and other places, where, they actually write the regulation that benefits society. And so that's what those scientists are doing, but it has some limitations on it. Like when you're writing a regulation on things that really matter, let's say the Clean Power Plan, and things like that, there's litigation. There's always litigation with a regulation. And so it's really important. So sometimes their ability to publish in the peer-reviewed literature or to make comments in the press are limited by the fact that what they're doing is really important. And there will be litigation. What's that? The Miranda principle. Everything you say can and will be used against you. So it's just really a shout out to the scientists in the programs across the federal government doing that necessary work. But again, just to highlight between researchers who really ought to be publishing in literature and talking freely, and those scientists have to work close to that nexus with regulation.
Thank you for that. Marie, Dr. Broad, you're going to jump in?
Yes, I just wanted to thank those of you in the audience who responded to the request for information that NIH had put out related to the Unite initiative that closed on Friday. We had more than 900 individuals, institutions, organizations who responded. So thank you so much. And please be on the lookout. We will be doing listening sessions over the course of the next many months to further inform our thoughts as we move forward, because the sort of cultural change that we're looking to make, we think is going to benefit all of our workforce, whether they are individuals who have been subject to structural racism or not. It's going to be something that will make for a better production of science, more creativity, inclusion, et cetera. So thank you, and look forward to hearing from people in the listening sessions.
Marie, that's an extraordinary response, and it really speaks to the necessity of the work you're doing at Unite. Great to hear that. Max, any final words from you?
Yes, first, obviously, thank you. And one last comment, and that would be that my sense is that in government, the easiest things to change are things that are already done. And and when I say that, I think the biggest opportunity we have to improve what we have right now is to harvest the innovation that's taken place as a result of the pandemic. Our government has fundamentally shifted its operating model by necessity. And I think we really need to examine what elements of that change ought to be our future state as well. And I think that if we do that, we can create a much more attractive work environment, especially for new talent, and frankly, a lot more collaboration, because I think that's one of the things that has occurred in very interesting ways. So I think really intentionally examining what has taken place and using that in a way to create a plan forward, which is taking place in pockets. The Office of Personnel Management, GSA are doing it, but frankly, I think it'd be a great exercise for the science community to do as well.
Thanks so much for those great insights. My fearless colleague, Jane, any final comments from you?
This has been so rich, and yet I feel that we have only just initiated this conversation. There is so much that we can do. I'm very grateful to each of you for joining us and for sharing your thoughts. Let's continue this conversation. This is such an important issue for the nation. We need to seize the opportunity and make some good things happen here.
Thank you so much, Jane. And I join Jane and wanting to, endorse that we hope to continue this conversation with each of you, and also as a larger community of scientists working in the federal government and people who care about science more generally. So I just wanted to say, a few remarks. I mean, this is to wrap up, but this has been a truly incredible discussion of really how to apply a value of building back better to the federal science workforce. And it's clear from the conversation that supporting and restoring scientific integrity will be one of the important tools that we will use as we rebuild this workforce. As Dr. Lubchenco mentioned in her opening remarks, President Biden has asked OSTP to help coordinate a response to his memorandum on restoring trust in government through scientific integrity and evidence-based policymaking. And this memorandum instructs us to to offer insights about how to, intervene in improper political interference, and also to intervene in the suppression or distortion of scientific and technological findings. And we are really pleased to be bringing to the table colleagues from, many agencies, many different types of agencies, to Bruce's point, from regulatory science agencies, from agencies that do basic science, including agencies that also fund science. So we are really engaging colleagues broadly in this enterprise. But I think differently from prior pursuits, this issue of really wanting to have a process that's deliberative and that's inclusive, I think will mark this scientific integrity conversation as being distinct. That we've really sort of prized the participation and contribution of scientists from across government who bring their diverse perspectives to the endeavor, including, as I said, type and size of agency, type of discipline, stage of career methodology and people's personal and professional backgrounds, including explicitly and intentionally scientists and researchers from different gender, race, ethnicity, and other backgrounds, understanding that all of this is really key for the equitable delivery of federal government programs and of federal science. So we're taking, as the president has asked us to do, a quite expansive view of what it means to sort of operationalize scientific integrity and by extension, what it means to restore the the federal science workforce. I hope that we can work together to bring the energy and ideas of this conversation to give shape to the science and technology research community in the present, but also to its future by investing, and again, to use a term that President Biden uses in the American Jobs Plan, social infrastructure. To build back better means to not accept, I think, incorrect zero-sum calculations about the science and technology enterprise, that we need to have a more expansive and capacious understanding of what that means, that we can increase science immigration and also deepen and expand participation and opportunity for scientists here in the United States, including offering opportunities from underserved communities and offering opportunities to a new generation of scientists who have not been included in the federal science and technology enterprise in the past. Not thinking about the science enterprise as a zero-sum game also means having a kind of vision for STEM education, for STEM outreach, for STEM engagement that inspires a workforce of the future. It means taking seriously creating research settings and workplaces in which all can thrive, which is a mission of the Unite program. It also means taking seriously our responsibilities to the American public and playing our part to ensure and build trust by being mindful of the fact that federal science is part of and central to the democratic process. And doing this will require taking a lead from EPA, from NOAA, and from other agencies that understand that the science that they do has social dimensions. And these two agencies and others increasingly include social science in its work. The challenges identified by the federal science workforce conversation that we've had today I think also really underscore the need to invest in social infrastructure and to think really and I think honest and forthright ways about who is included on committees, who can share their vision in the workplace, who can speak up, who receives funding, who cares for children, what topics are funded and awarded, and the like. On the face of it, none of these issues that I've just raised seem to be about science with a capital S. But of course, rebuilding the federal science workforce and indeed building back better and science and technology and beyond will require that we address all of these issues while increasing funding for research and development and while expanding opportunity for STEM engagement. It will require a rebuilding of the federal science workforce that develops rigorous, innovative science and technology that's made possible through a dynamic diversity of creativity and ideas, and that can contribute to a more equitable global society. So I thank you again for beginning this conversation and very much look forward to continuing it in the weeks and months to come. Thank you.
My name is Rudolph Barangu. I'm a professor at North Carolina State University in the Department of Food, Bioprocessing, and Nutrition Sciences, and I'm the grateful recipient of the 2018 NAS Prize in Food and Agriculture Sciences, which I received for early work on CRISPR-Cas systems in bacteria, actually characterizing their biological functions, immune systems, and illustrating how CRISPR systems can be used to enhance phage resistance, actually in dairy bacteria. Of course, we're now 10 years into the commercial deployment of CRISPR in dairy cultures, and since the advent of the very popular CRISPR-based genome editing technologies, those CRISPR-Cas systems have been deployed in food and agriculture beyond bacteria throughout the food supply chain in crops and livestock. The award has had a tremendous impact on me, on my career. It presumably was instrumental in my election into the National Academy since, and my program with a number of collaborations that we've engaged in the food and agriculture realm. Yet, I think the most profound impact this has had is my feeling compelled to extend my work beyond food to agriculture, inspired very much by the Food and Agriculture Prize name, to deploy my work and CRISPR technologies in crops and even in trees to breed a better and a more sustainable planet, and focus not just on yield and classical commercial traits that we use in food, but also sustainability for agriculture and even forestry. And I would argue that maybe the most promising is the work that we're doing right now in trees to build and breed a more sustainable forest.
Hello, my name is Joseph Derisi. I'm a professor in the Department of Biophysics and Biochemistry here at the University of California, San Francisco, and I'm also the co-president of the Chan Zuckerberg BioHub. I received the John J. Carty Award for the Advancement of Science in 2014 for our work on genomics. This award was really a great boost to my self-esteem and galvanized me personally to continue the study of genomic approaches for the diagnosis of infectious diseases. Since the award, I've attempted to push this technology to its limit. I'm happy to say these methods have been now successfully deployed in our own clinics here at UCSF, and literally any doctor in the US can order a metagenomic test for neurological disease. We've literally helped thousands of people with difficult to diagnose infections, and that's been incredibly gratifying. And at the same time, we've used these methods to uncover novel or emerging infections, such as new viruses, in a wide range of species, including veterinarian species, which has been super fun. Furthermore, all this experience became highly relevant during the recent SARS-CoV-2 outbreak. Having worked to establish many high-throughput methods, when it was clear that COVID testing was going to be inadequate here in California for the first part of 2020, we rapidly scaled up with the help of hundreds of volunteer graduate students and postdocs to provide free and fast testing throughout California. And it was really the experience prior to that that enabled me to deploy quickly and to be nimble and fast in this arena. And so, all in all, it's been a tremendous experience, and my association with the National Academy and as an award winner of the John J. Carty Award has helped me meet these challenges head on, and I'm grateful for it.
Hello, I am Sabiha Merchant, Professor of Biochemistry, Biophysics, and Structural Biology, and Professor of Plant and Microbial Biology at the University of California in Berkeley. My group studies the biology of trace metals, copper, iron, zinc, and manganese, in the context of the function and assembly of the photosynthetic apparatus. These metals give chemical functionalities to proteins that cannot be provided by the side chains of the amino acids. I received the Gilbert Morgan Smith Medal in 2006 for discovery of the components of nutritional copper signaling, which involves recycling copper from photosynthesis and reusing it for respiration. We now know today that such signaling pathways operate for most of the inorganic elements, including sulfur, nitrogen, phosphorus, and the trace metals I mentioned earlier: copper, iron, zinc, and manganese. Life's chemistry depends on these elements, but in face of deficiency, life is resilient. The genome encodes backups and alternatives. Although we used classical genetic approaches for our original discoveries, comparative systems biology and genomics in the green algal lineage is the favored tool today. Just a few months ago, this approach led us to discover widespread polycistronic messenger RNA in eukaryotes, which we published, of course, in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences.
I'm Richard Alley. I'm a geoscientist at Penn State, and I was fortunate to be the 2014 Arthur L. Day Prize in Lectureship recipient. I study the great ice sheets of Greenland and Antarctica to understand their potential to raise sea level, to understand how they interact with landscapes, and to understand the history of climate written in their layers. And that's what I focused my lectureship on, was that. When we study the history of climate, we find that climate has always changed. And that proves that climate is changeable. We find that climate change has always affected living things, which proves that it matters. And we find that climate has changed for many reasons, but especially because of changes in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, which proves that our carbon dioxide is especially important. We could come close to or match the biggest things that nature has done, and faster than almost all of them. In fact, the more you understand about the history of climate change, the more concerned you become about humans changing the climate with our CO2. And so I focused my lectures on the history of climate and what you learned from it. I got to go to some wonderful places and meet interesting people. That led to other opportunities, talking to school teachers and others. I have incorporated what I learned from this into additional public speaking, and have made more than 400 public presentations since the lectureship. I've incorporated it into a course I teach at Penn State that has reached hundreds of students, and in other ways it has benefited me greatly. So I am deeply thankful to the National Academies and to the Arthur L. Day Prize in Lectureship. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dave Reitze. I'm the Executive Director of the LIGO Laboratory at Caltech and also a Professor of Physics at the University of Florida. LIGO Laboratory built and operates the LIGO Gravitational Wave Observatories in Livingston, Louisiana and Hanford, Washington. I was quite honored to receive the 2017 NAS Award for Scientific Discovery along with my colleagues Professor Gabriela Gonzalez of Louisiana State University and Peter Salson of Syracuse University for my role as the spokesperson of the LIGO Scientific Collaboration, and also for the discovery of gravitational waves from a pair of colliding black holes located about 1.3 billion light years from Earth. Gravitational waves provide a completely new way to observe and study some of the most energetic and cataclysmic events in the universe. The first discovery really highlighted the potential of observational gravitational wave astronomy. However, since then, we've discovered many more gravitational wave events and made a number of discoveries that are answering fundamental questions and long-standing questions in physics and astronomy. The most spectacular of these observations occurred in August of 2017 when LIGO, in partnership with the Virgo Gravitational Wave Observatory in Italy, detected the collision of two neutron stars. These are different objects than black holes, orbiting around one another and eventually colliding. Nearly simultaneously and independently, gamma ray astronomers detected a short gamma ray burst from about the same general location in the sky. And using these two pieces of information, optical astronomers were able to find a kilonova, which is the remnant of the collision of these two neutron stars. Since 2017, it's really been an amazing time for gravitational wave science, I have to say. So thanks, NAS, and I hope everyone enjoys the ceremony.
My name is Marlene Cohen. I won the 2018 Troland Research Award for Early Career Scientists for my work studying the neural basis of vision and cognition. In early 2018, when I won the award, I was lucky enough to receive this support at a time when my lab was undergoing a natural transition. We had been at the University of Pittsburgh for a few years, and in the early years, we focused on a set of questions and a set of techniques that built off my previous work. At the time I won the award, we had just published our early findings, and we were starting to expand into a number of new ideas using new theoretical and experimental techniques, and venturing into new subfields in neuroscience. I was able to use some of the funds from the award to take my students and postdocs to present their work at a conference in Greece. And at that conference, we were able to interact with colleagues from around the globe and try out some of our new ideas and hear about theirs. And I think this past year, maybe more than any other in history, has taught us the importance of connecting with other scientists, a diverse set of scientists with a diverse set of backgrounds and ideas to make our science better and to grow intellectually as well as in the questions and ideas that we conquer in our science. I am very grateful to the National Academy for their support of my lab, for their support of early career scientists in general, and many congratulations to this year's honoree.
My name is Howard Chang. I'm a professor of dermatology and genetics at Stanford University. I was delighted and honored to receive the 2018 NAS Award in molecular biology. My award was for discoveries in the non-coding genome. As you may know, 98% of human DNA do not code for proteins. Instead, they contain switches, DNA switches that tell genes when and where to turn on and off. Since the time of the award, this research has advanced in a lot of directions. We learned that most of human inherited variants, DNA differences that are associated with disease, lie in the non-coding genome and tend to be in these DNA switches. One of their calling cards is that the DNA is much more accessible, not compacted and packed into protein structures called chromatin. We could use that feature, the chromatin access, as a very rapid and comprehensive way to identify DNA elements associated with human disease. In a new research direction, we discovered that a kind of cancer-causing genes, which are cancer genes beyond chromosomes. These are amplifications of DNA that exist in extrachromosomal DNA circles. It turns out that when cancer genes liberate themselves from the genome, the extrachromosomal DNA becomes much more accessible, and every molecule can support many more copies of the cancer-causing transcript. We're now learning how to use that feature against cancer itself to develop new cancer therapies. These advances are still continuing, and I think will make it possible for really personal and comprehensive analysis of DNA makeup in the near future.
Hi, my name is Sion Leah Bylock, and I'm the president of Barnard College at Columbia University. Before joining Barnard in 2017, I spent 12 years at the University of Chicago, where I was the Stella Rowley Professor of Psychology, a member of the Committee on Education, and Executive Vice Provost. I've dedicated my academic career to understanding how children and adults learn and perform at their best, especially under stress. In 2017, I was honored to receive the Trollin Research Award from the National Academy of Sciences to further my empirical investigations into the factors that cause highly skilled individuals to perform below their potential or choke in high-pressure situations. My scholarly work focuses on exploring the underlying psychological, physical, and neurological mechanisms that drive poor performance when the stress is on, especially in education, sports, and the business world. Scientific inquiry into why people perform poorly under pressure and how to ameliorate it has tremendous implications for how to educate students, how athletes perform, and how businesses train their workforces. By increasing our understanding of the psychological processes by which people don't perform up to their potential, we're able to develop techniques that can help support everyone to perform at their best.
Hello, everyone. I'm Marcia McNutt, President of the National Academy of Sciences, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all here to the annual awards ceremony for the National Academy of Sciences. At this presentation, we will recognize 23 individuals for their contributions to science. But before we begin giving out the awards, we have a special presentation entitled A Centenary of the Discourse on the Oceans. His Supreme Highness, Prince Albert II of Monaco, is going to present brief remarks celebrating the 100-year anniversary of a talk that his great-great-grandfather, Prince Albert I, gave at the National Academy of Sciences at the time at which he was being awarded the Alexander Agassiz Medal for his contributions to oceanography. And now the Prince.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the Science Academy, the American nation is rapidly growing in the midst of mankind like a splendid fruit ripened with the intelligence and labor of modern generations. It was with these words that my great-great-grandfather, Albert I, launched a century ago today his famous discourse on the ocean. It is with these words, in responding to your invitation, for which I am honored, that I wish to revive the memory of his action, to briefly evoke a document that remains a founding text on the future of our planet, and to recall the warm welcome your country gave him. During his third and last stay in the United States, Albert I of Monaco received two prestigious awards, the Cullen Medal and the Agassiz Medal. It was on this occasion, on April 25, 1921, at the National Museum in Washington, before the Assembly of the Science Academy, that he gave his famous speech. In paying tribute from the outset to an ideal of peace and civilization, more than ever indispensable in the aftermath of the First World War, Prince Albert I delivered the scientific testament of a life of curiosity for all living things. Albert I, in fact, was taking stock of his work in physical oceanography, marine meteorology, and marine biology. 30 years of research, from the Arctic to Cape Verde, led him to explore the abyss, to demonstrate the possibilities of life in hitherto unknown depths, to clarify the direction of the North Atlantic currents, to become aware of the infinite resources of the ocean, particularly in the field of medicine. My great-great-grandfather drew particular attention to the conservation of multiple species, both fauna and flora. The Oceanographic Museum of Monaco, which he founded, shows this wealth to its visitors. The Oceanographic Institute in Paris, which is located next to the Sorbonne, assists visitors in understanding it. But the Prince's curiosity did not stop there. Always concerned about security and understanding between nations, he called for international regulatory bodies for the high seas and alerted public opinion to the dangers of floating mines after the end of the war. The humanist in him was never far away. A final and perhaps the most important point is made in his ocean discourse. Reflecting on his own practices, he strongly condemned hunting, poaching, and mass killings. He applied the same consideration to fishing. Long lines and nets were converted to serve only to bring back undocumented specimens for scientific study. With astonishing foresight, Albert I was already denouncing the destruction and excesses of overfishing. I quote him, "Now I shall take up a matter which is one of a really serious nature. I mean fishing generally, the destructive effects of which are becoming greater and greater in the seas where more and more powerful and numerous implements, such as steam trawlers, are being used. The latter now graze the very soil of continental plateaus, plucking off the seaweeds and ruining the bottoms that are fittest for the breeding, as well as the preservation of a great many species." Even though in his lifetime environmental concerns were not yet as serious and urgent as they are today, my great-great-grandfather foresaw the threat of extinction of species, drawing attention to the situation of the fauna, but also to the fragility of plants, an essential resource. Once again, Prince Albert I saw only one solution: concerted action at an international level to gather men in the worship of justice, of labor, and of liberty. What was worthwhile yesterday is even more worthwhile today. The damage caused by the deep sea and intensive fishing is now rallying non-governmental and intergovernmental bodies. Ocean pollution, the disappearance of species, and rising water levels due to climate change are major challenges for hundreds of millions of men and women. My commitment to the preservation of the oceans is well known. I owe it in large part to Prince Albert I. I carry this heritage within me, and in guiding my country's policy, I strive to participate in awareness raising and warning policies and actions to defend the environment, both within my country and internationally. In order to give them greater scope globally and locally, I've launched my foundation, which contributes to a number of programs, many of which concern the ocean, including the elimination of plastic waste, which, as we all know, is a monumental problem. We must therefore act relentlessly in favor of the marine environment to restore damaged ecosystems and to better protect the fragile ones so that they continue delivering the extraordinary services that they are able to provide to us on this, our blue planet. 100 years later, the discourse on the ocean can continue to be a guide and a path for us to follow. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to the Prince for his inspiring remarks about the importance of ocean conservation. So first up in our awards this afternoon are the Cosarelli Prizes. These prizes are named in honor of a former editor-in-chief of PNAS, Nick Cosarelli. The prizes are awarded annually to 6 research teams, with the 6 prizes representing the 6 classes in the Academy, which spans all of our scientific divisions. The first prize is for Class 1, Mathematical and Physical Sciences, and it's being awarded for the paper, Universal Free Energy Landscape Produces Efficient and Reversible Electron Bifurcation. Electron bifurcation is a process encountered in biological reaction networks, such as nitrogen fixation and carbon dioxide reduction. The principles that suppress energy dissipating reactions that might occur in bifurcating networks have long been unclear. The authors of this article report that efficient bifurcation emerges naturally in a free energy scheme with 2 steep electron transfer pathways branching from the bifurcating site. This work could guide efforts to create synthetic electron bifurcation systems. So congratulations to the winners of the Class 1 award. Class 2 is Biological Sciences, and the award is being given for the paper B2 and ALU retrotransposons are self-cleaving ribozymes whose activity is enhanced by EZH2. Now, ribozymes are RNA segments that act as enzymes, but their physiological functions have often been unclear. The authors of this article examined 82 elements which produce RNA that is cleaved through interaction with the protein EZH2 and that activates genes implicated in heat stress. The findings suggest that B2 elements, as well as their human analogs, called ALU elements, are epigenetic ribosomes, which are molecular switches activated during stress. Congratulations. Now, for Class 3, which is Engineering and Applied Sciences, the paper that is being awarded the Cosarelli Prize is titled A Scalable Pipeline for Designing Reconfigurable Organisms. Using artificial intelligence, the authors of this article developed a process for designing synthetic organisms. The authors used a cell-based construction kit and stem cells from frogs to create the organisms. They designed and evolved in silico structures capable of locomotion, object manipulation, and object transport. And the fabricated cellular structures emulated the form and function of the in silico designs, suggesting an array of applications from precise drug delivery to environmental remediation. Congratulations. Next is Class 4, Biomedical Sciences, for the paper HIV-1 uncoats in the nucleus near sites of integration. During infection, the human immunodeficiency virus must disassemble the capsid coat surrounding its viral DNA before incorporating the DNA into the host genome. However, the intracellular locomotion and timing of the viral uncoating have been unclear. In this work, the authors found that viral cores enter the nucleus intact or nearly intact, and that uncoating occurs near the genomic integration site within 1.5 hours of integration. The findings provide insight into HIV-1 behavior upon entering the human cell. So congratulations to the winners of the Class 4 prize. Next, Class 5, Behavioral and Social Sciences. This prize is given for the paper titled Physician-Patient Racial Concordance and Disparities in Birthing Mortality for Newborns. Studies show racial disparities in infant mortality find that Black newborns die at 3 times the rate of white newborns. The authors of this article examined records of 1.8 million hospital births in Florida and found that when Black newborns received care from Black physicians, the mortality disparity with white newborns was reduced by half. The findings identify the scenarios in which patient-physician racial concordance may prove beneficial. So congratulations. And last up is Class 6, which is Applied Biological, Agricultural, and Environmental Sciences. The prize in Class 6 is given for the paper, Fast Behavioral Feedbacks Make Ecosystems Sensitive to Pace and Not Just Magnitude of Anthropogenic Environmental Change. Human-driven environmental changes can alter animal behavior and species demographics. In this article, the authors used data on the foraging behavior of herbivorous fish in a coral reef, as well as demographic estimates to develop an ecosystem model. The model revealed that the ecosystem was susceptible to the magnitude of changes in fishing pressure, as well as the pace of change. The findings suggest that rapid changes can collapse an ecosystem that would persist under gradual change. So congratulations to the authors of all of these outstanding papers. Now we will present the National Academy of Sciences Awards for 2021. The first is the Arctosi Medal, which is awarded to Dana W. Longscope of Montana State University in Bozeman. This prize is given for fundamental research on the nature of solar magnetism, magnetic topology, and reconnection, providing a unified framework for understanding the energization and dynamics of quiet sun, active regions, flares, and coronal mass ejections.
Thank you. I am profoundly grateful to the National Academy of Sciences and to my colleagues for honoring me with the Arctosi Medal. I thank the Arctosi family for their generosity to space science. Every day, I feel incredibly fortunate to be given the opportunity to engross myself in work I thoroughly enjoy, scientific research and teaching. The only thing more rewarding than unraveling a fresh scientific puzzle is sharing it with my colleagues and my dedicated students. I've benefited immeasurably from the work of the field's pioneers, including Eugene Parker, Jack Harvey, and Jack Gosling. I'm humbled to be added to the list of Arctosi medalists along with them. Over my career, I've been supported by and mentored by a number of colleagues. I'd like to single out Eric Priest, Lauren Acton, Dick Canfield, George Fisher, Hank Strauss, and Ravi Sudan, who've patiently supported me as I found my way in science. I've also been supported by my wonderful family, especially my wife, Valerie, my father, Christopher, and my mother, Julia. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dana, for those remarks. The next award that we're pleased to give is the Gilbert Morgan Smith Medal, and it's awarded to Patrick Keeling of the University of British Columbia. And it's being awarded for his leadership in developing, implementing, and promoting ways to assess algal and protista diversity for investigations into the evolution of genomes of algal-derived organelles, endosymbionts, and parasites in the role of gene transfer. for advances in algal systematics and for deep insights into the biochemical and genetic processes affecting global biogeochemistry.
Oh, thanks. I'll also start by thanking my family. They've been very supportive this year. I've seen them a lot this year, and it's been one of the silver linings. I was thinking about how I got here. I got into microbiology by mistake. I was actually a mediocre student who signed up for microbiology because I've confused it with molecular biology. And then I got into marine biology and algal biology through parasitology. So my path has been more of a pinball than an arrow. And I owe a lot to the influential people that I've bounced off along the way. Susan Covell and R.G. Murray got me hooked on microbiology at first and in the true diversity of biological diversity. Ford Doolittle and Mike Gray taught me about endosymbiosis and about evolution, and there really couldn't be anybody better to learn from. Jeff McFadden and Jeff Palmer introduced me to plastids and algal biology, and again, I couldn't have been more lucky. So these people were all brilliant. I was privileged to work with them, and they've set me on this path. But I want to emphasize that I still wouldn't have really gone anywhere if it weren't for all the brilliant people that have then come and worked with me in my lab. So the students and the postdocs that make all the great discoveries. It's really down to these young people where we've gone. And I want to emphasize that I owe a lot to them, and I hope that I've been a good mentor to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, our next award is the Henry Draper Medal, and it's being awarded to Shepard Dolaman of the Center for Astrophysics at Harvard and the Harvard Smithsonian, and to Heino Falk of Radboud University at Nijmegen.
Thank you to the National Academy for this great honor. It's truly humbling to see the list of prior recipients of the Draper Medal. Is it odd to devote one's career to imaging and studying something that is almost defined to be invisible? My family definitely thinks so. But resolving the ring of light around a black hole predicted by general relativity had immediate impact across the sciences. And seeing the image on the front page of every major newspaper also revealed a truly human dimension to the project, a connection with our basic urge to explore and understand the deepest mysteries. I want to give special thanks to a few groups. First, my colleagues from the early days, when the risk involved was high and the outcome uncertain. We were a small team, but those first discoveries laid the foundations for what was to come. And I cherish the camaraderie that came from conducting difficult experiments in challenging circumstances together. To the National Science Foundation for its unwavering support of these first efforts, and the Gordon and Betty Moore and John Templeton Foundations for partnering with us to see the full experiment through. And to the wonderful Event Horizon Telescope collaboration. It required great teamwork to achieve success on this grand scale, and it has been a joy and privilege to work with all of you on this project, and in particular to the students and postdocs in the collaboration whose creativity and dedication were essential. To my mentor, Alan Rogers, who showed by extraordinary example how to plan and conduct research, and to my family, Elisa, Solomon, and Delilah, for their support and patience with an obsession. Thank you very much.
And I want to thank you too, National Academy of Science, for this reward. It's really humbling, and it's a great honor, and it means a lot to me. And of course, as Shep mentioned, in these days, science requires teams to turn dreams into reality. And really, imaging a black hole is turning science fiction into science reality. And so thanks to you, Event Horizon Telescope collaboration, that is your prize as well. And you need a personal team indeed. And so thanks a lot to my parents, my wonderful wife, and my children who's been with me for all these years and supported me, and I hope I was a good son and dad and husband. And of course, I think we stand on the shoulders of giants, as Shep mentioned. I mean, we have all these medalists before us. fact, the last Dutch scientist to get this reward was Henk van der Hulst, who was thinking of predicting that cosmic hydrogen would emit radio emission. And that was later discovered, and it was used to map out the structure of our Milky Way and determine our place in this universe, literally. And he made that discovery and this idea he had while he was sitting, hiding in a Dutch observatory during Nazi Germany occupation. And when I had this idea of, thinking about this dream about imaging a black hole, I was sitting freely in the German Max Planck Institute. I was moving to the Netherlands. I was welcomed there at a wonderful university. Thank you, Radboud, for welcoming me there. And we worked with an international team together in a global collaboration. And so I think we should, remind ourselves what a privilege it is to live in a free and peaceful world, at least for us, and to do science. And let's make sure we keep it that way.
So my apologies to Shep and Heino. I was supposed to be the person that said what you were getting the medal for. Fortunately, this is a kind of contribution that doesn't need to be explained to anyone, since it was on the cover of the New York Times. But basically, this is for their leadership of the ETH collaboration that led to the imaging and providing yet another validation of Einstein's general theory of relativity. So next up is the J. Lawrence Smith Medal. This is being awarded to Meenakshi Wadhwa of Arizona State University for her major contributions to some of the most important problems in cosmochemistry. Her refinement of the uranium-lead dating method has led to improved age determinations of meteorites and an enhanced understanding of the solar system history. Her use of other isotopes has revealed the timing of early solar system events.
Thank you, President McNutt. Thanks to the Academy for this incredible honor and to my colleagues who nominated me. I'm really humbled when I think of those who were awarded this medal before me. In acknowledgement of the great role that mentorship has played in my professional, scientific, and personal life, I'd like to dedicate this honor to my mentors and to my mentees. Among my mentors, I want to particularly mention Ghislaine Crozaz, Robert Walker, Ernst Zinner, and Günter Lugmeyer. Bob Walker and Ernst Zinner are both former awardees of the J. Lawrence Smith Medal, which makes this recognition all the more meaningful to me. I'm fortunate to have worked with some amazing students and postdoctoral researchers, one of whom was among those who nominated me. It's my mentees who've kept me inspired and motivated over the years, and they continue to do so. I want to thank my colleagues at Arizona State University, where I've found an incredibly supportive academic home for the last 15 years. And I also thank my colleagues and collaborators beyond ASU, especially in Chicago, where I spent some wonderful years before moving to ASU. I want to acknowledge the support of my family and friends, and I'm particularly thinking of my family and friends in India who are in the midst of the worst of the pandemic right now. It's a reminder of how humanity can only thrive when guided by science and by empathy. And finally, I'm especially grateful for the love and support of my husband, Scott Parazynski, who's been my biggest cheerleader through good and bad times. Thank you again for this great honor.
Well, I'm sure we are all sending our very best wishes to everyone in India. The situation there is truly a monumental crisis, and we hope the best for your family. So next, I'm very excited to be announcing the inaugural James Prize in Science and Technology Integration. It's being awarded to Elon Klein of Harvard Medical School and Aviv Regev of Genentech Research and Early Development. Genentech, sorry. It is being given for their concurrent development of now widely adopted, massively parallel single-cell genomics to interrogate the gene expression profiles that define, at the level of individual cells, the distinct cell types and metazoan tissues. Their development in trajectories and disease states, which integrate tools from molecular biology, engineering, statistics, and computer science. all required to solve this problem. First, we will hear from Dr. Klein, followed by Dr. Regev.
Thank you. I'm deeply honored to receive this award. This prize celebrates integration of disciplines across science and technology, and I hope that with this prize, Aviv Regev and I can represent a community of scientists that have done so, specifically building tools to carry out genome-wide single-cell measurements and finding applications for those tools. We now appreciate that diseases such as cancer and infectious diseases can be dissected by holistically analyzing single cells, and this is also true for studying how tissues develop and regenerate. Building these tools required technologies from soft matter physics, molecular biology, and cell biology. And once the data was available, it also opened up new problems in theory and computation. None of this has happened in one lab, but it takes a certain type of environment to effectively integrate technology, theory, and biology. So I'd like to particularly acknowledge my mentor, Mark Kirshner, and my department, the Department of Systems Biology, for creating an environment where creativity and curiosity can thrive. And I feel incredibly lucky to have also worked with students and postdocs who care not only about the science, but also about the environment and culture in which we carry it out. So thank you again. I appreciate this prize.
Technology integration together with Alon Klein, and I thank the prize committee and Robert James for his generosity in establishing this prize, and also my family for their unwavering support through many adventures. As Alon said, many prizes focus on discoveries within one field, but this one recognizes that single-cell genomics is a new area of biology that was only possible at the intersection of multiple disciplines. We needed biology and math and computation together to lay the scientific motivation and theoretical foundation and data analytics, and engineering made the experiments possible at the scale that was needed to yield deep biological insights. Now, recently, a colleague shared with me this quote from Proust: "The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes." And for me, that's not just an apt description of the new eyes that single-cell genomics has given us for old problems in biology and medicine, but also the many new eyes that were needed in order to make it happen. So I'm especially grateful to the many people with diverse perspectives and expertise who've contributed to making single-cell genomics a reality, including lab members at MIT and the Broad, many collaborators, and the entire international community. It's a thrill to see interdisciplinary research recognized, and I look forward to all the achievements that this prize will recognize in the future.
Well, thank you for those remarks. I'm sure Bob James, if he is listening, would be very thrilled to hear that, because Bob comes to this medal through oceanography. And it's so true in oceanography that you don't discover something new by going back to the same place with the same tools, but by developing new eyes to see new things. So thank you very much. Next up is the Michael and Sheila Held Prize. It's being awarded to Adam W. Marcus of EPFL and Daniel Allen Spielman of Yale University and Nikhil Srivastav of the University of California, Berkeley, for their breakthrough works on the Katteson-Singer problem and on Ramanujan graphs and the underlying theory that leads to new connections between computer science, mathematics, and physics. We will hear first from Dr. Marcus, followed by Dr. Spielman, and then Dr. Srivastav.
Thank you for this award. There are too many people to audibly thank in this short time, so instead I will do what I tell all of my students to do in situations like these. Put it on a slide. During the few moments that I do have, I would like to single out one person who was instrumental in my lifelong addiction to mathematics, a man by the name of Steve Segur. The last words Steve said to me were, "Spread the gospel." And in an attempt to honor his wishes, I am pleased to announce that a large portion of this award will be used to endow a fund with the American Mathematical Society in Steve's name. That fund will support future mathematicians and scientists and will hopefully help to continue Steve's legacy of spreading joy through mathematics. Thanks again.
I'm very happy to receive the Held Prize for my work with Adam and Nikhil. We worked on these problems for a long time with nothing to publish until the end. And if you're going to spend a long time working on hard problems, it's good to do it with people you enjoy being around. And I'm really thankful they never gave up. I'd like to thank my wife, Donna, for supporting the absurd amount of time that I spend working and for understanding that my choice of leisure activity is often thinking about math. Finally, I want to thank the unknown person who did the work of nominating us and who kept the nomination a secret, so it was a complete surprise when we won. It's a wonderful honor.
So thank you very much to the Held family and to the National Academy for this tremendous honor and for recognizing this work. I want to thank my parents and my sister and the many mentors and teachers that I had during my time at Union College, Yale University, and Microsoft Research India. And especially important among them were Alan Taylor and Peter Heinig, my undergrad advisors, and Dan Spielman, my graduate advisor, who taught me how to do research. It feels strange to receive an award at this particular time, having just been on the phone with relatives and friends in India who are in desperate situations. That said, I was very glad to hear this morning from Dr. Fauci that the US is considering sending vaccine and supplies to India, and I hope that countries continue to help each other in these crises throughout.
Well, thank you, all three of you, and you're so right. All of us have to work together to solve this problem in India. The next award is the NAS Award for Chemistry in Service to Society. It's awarded to Susan Solomon of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for her influential and incisive application of atmospheric chemistry to understand our most critical environmental issues, such as ozone layer depletion and climate change, and for her effective communication of environmental science to leaders to facilitate policy changes.
I'm terribly humbled to be receiving this wonderful award today. It's one of the few occasions when it's great to be on Zoom. If I was in person, I would have to be pinching myself to make sure it's real to share the stage with all these incredible people getting all the other awards. I just want to say how grateful I am and to tell you that this award has very special significance to me, in part because my graduate advisor at Berkeley, Harold Johnston, was its second recipient way back in 1993. So I think you can all imagine how overwhelming that feels. Its significance as an award for service to society is also very meaningful because serving society is what I think understanding ozone depletion and climate change is all about. I especially want to thank the fantastic colleagues and collaborators with whom I've been lucky enough to work over the years. There's no time to name each of them, but please know how much I appreciate them. And lastly, deep thanks to my husband and my stepson, Barry and Casey. Thank you all so very much.
Oh, thank you, Susan. Okay, the next is the NAS Award for Scientific Discovery. It's presented this year in astronomy, material science, or physics were the three categories that were considered. And it's awarded to Pablo Jarillo Herrero of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology for the discovery of correlated insulator behavior and unconventional superconductivity in magic angle graphene superlattices.
Thank you, everyone. It is a great honor to receive the NAS Award for Scientific Discovery. I want to start by thanking my nominator, Emilio Mendez, and the National Academy and the award committee for selecting my group's research for this award. And I mentioned my group because although I stand here as its visible figure, I see this award as reflecting the great work that my graduate students and postdocs at MIT do, for which I feel extraordinarily fortunate, and I want to thank them all. I also want to thank the support of MIT and my wonderful MIT colleagues for all what they have done for me during these past 13 years that have enabled the work that led to this award. Next, I would like to thank my parents. They did not have the opportunity of going to college, but they read a lot and cared that I and my brothers received a good education. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for supporting my dreams of studying physics. And finally, I would like to thank my family, and especially my wife, Empar, who has sacrificed a lot for me to do research at MIT, and my three kids, Marta, Maria, and David, who helped me keep my feet on the ground. Thank you, everyone.
Wonderful. Thank you. Next up is the NAS Award in Chemical Sciences, and it's awarded to Peter Schultz of Scripps Research, for his innovative and pioneering contributions at the interface between chemistry and biology, especially for the exploitation of molecular diversity in the synthesis of new medicines and materials and the rational expansion of the genetic code of living organisms.
Hi, it's Pete Schultz. I'm really delighted to be the recipient of the National Academy of Sciences Award in Chemical Sciences. It's a terrific tribute to the accomplishments and all the hard work and talent of all of my current and past co-workers, graduate students, postdocs, colleagues, and collaborators. And it's working with all of these terrific people that really makes my job not only rewarding, but very enjoyable. So thanks again. I very much appreciate it.
Next up, we have the NAS Award in Molecular Biology. It's being awarded to Joseph D. Mougeot of University of Washington and Howard Hughes Medical Institute for the discovery that bacterial type 6 secretion systems are a crucial driver of interbacterial competition and the shaping of microbial communities and their potential as antimicrobial effectors.
It is a true honor to receive this award from the National Academy of Sciences, which recognizes not only our work, but the incredible cumulative progress of many labs in the area of interbacterial antagonism. Thank you so much to the committee and to Carrie Harwood, Margaret McFall-Nye, and Carolyn Bertozzi for supporting my nomination. Maybe the best part of this whole thing is the reflection it brings, and then this unique opportunity to acknowledge at least some of the people who made a difference along the way. I would like to begin by recognizing my scientific mentors, David Patrick and Spencer Anthony Cahill at Western Washington University, who saw beyond my naivete and gave me initial exposure to academic research. Carolyn Bertozzi for being an inspiring leader and for her unflappable support and generosity. And John Macalanos for creating and sharing the incubator for discovery that is his lab. I am so grateful to the talented and dedicated scientists that have been through my lab over the years, to our network of wonderful collaborators, and to my colleagues at the University of Washington. I need to single out Brooke Peterson and Simon Dove, two long-standing colleagues who I all but share a brain with scientifically. On a personal level, I would of course like to thank my family, in particular my wife Malike, for her support and grounding over the years, and I would like to extend my deepest possible gratitude to my parents for sacrificing to give me opportunities they never had. Finally, I want to dedicate this award to my father, who passed away this year. He instilled in me a fascination for the natural world, the importance of education, and the idea that with grit you can go anywhere in life. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have the NAS Award in the Evolution of Earth and Life, also known as the Mary Clark Thompson Medal. It's being awarded to Shuhai Shao of Virginia Tech for his integrated geological, geochemical, and paleontological research on the evolution and radiation of eukaryotes, of algae, and of animals in the Ediacaran and Cambrian periods. His leadership and his construction of a scientific and cultural bridge between China and the United States that has greatly benefited both societies.
Hello from Blacksburg, Virginia. I would like to thank the National Academy of Sciences for this much appreciated honor. I'm deeply humbled by this recognition, and I have many people to thank. But first and foremost, I would like to thank my mentors in the US and China, my collaborators around the world, my students, postdocs, and colleagues at Virginia Tech, and my family for their guidance and support over many years in the laboratory and in the field, and in my professional and personal life. I would also like to thank many previous recipients of this award for their inspiration. And in particular, I would like to mention the 1936 recipient, Amadeus William Grabel, an American geologist who helped found the geology department at Beijing University, where I received my undergraduate training in geological sciences, as well as the 2012 recipient, Andrew Knoll, who guided my PhD study at Harvard University in the 1990s. I'm extremely excited to continue my research to explore the past and to inform the future of our planetary home, the Earth. Thank you very much, and please stay safe.
Thank you, Shuhai. The next up is the NAS Prize in Food and Agricultural Sciences. It's awarded to Christina M. Grosinger of Pennsylvania State University for her innovative and integrative studies of the molecular, physiological, and ecological determinants of the health of managed and wild bees, leveraging this information to develop accessible decision support tools for farmers and conservationists and passionate advocacy and public engagement for pollination.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be part of this group of outstanding scientists. When I was finishing my graduate studies in chemical biology, my brother started keeping honeybees and told me amazing stories about their behavior. At the time, new molecular tools were becoming available for non-model systems, so I realized it was the perfect time to study honeybee sociogenomics. This was a dramatic switch in research focus, and so I was very grateful when Gene Robinson accepted me into his group as a Beckman Institute Fellow now 20 years ago. Since that time, the threats to pollinators have become very clear. With the support of a worldwide network of collaborators, my program has expanded to address these challenges through integrative studies of bee immunology, toxicology, and nutrition. We are now beginning to unravel the effects of land use and climate change on bee health, and we're making our research usable to stakeholders and policymakers through our online Beescape decision support platform. Thank you again for this honor and for recognizing the importance of pollinators to agricultural systems.
And thank you, Christina, for your work on this important problem. Next up is the Pradle Research Award, and it's being awarded to Tieran Moore of Stanford University School of Medicine and Howard Hughes Medical Institute for his transformative contributions to our understanding of visual attention. By showing how neural activity in motor regions of prefrontal cortex influences visual representations in the brain, he established a causal link between motor control signals and the neural circuits of visual perception and attention.
Well, I'm deeply honored to accept this award from the National Academy of Sciences, and I do so on behalf of all of my students, postdocs, and collaborators over the past years. Working with all of them has been a truly rewarding and enriching experience. In our work, we've sought to understand how neural circuits involved in controlling movements also influence sensory representations. And this work has taught us a great deal about the neural mechanisms that underlie fundamental cognitive functions, such as visual attention. And this insight is proving to be key in the continuing quest to understand the basis of disorders of cognition, such as ADHD. I'd like to also thank Stanford University and HHMI, as well as the NIH for their continued support of our work over many years. And finally, I'd like to thank the National Academy, my nominators, and the selection committee for this honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have the Richard Lounsbury Award. It's being awarded to Feng Zheng of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, the Broad Institute of MIT and Harvard, and the McGovern Institute for Brain Research. It's being awarded for his pioneering achievements in the field of genome editing, including the discovery of novel CRISPR systems and their development as molecular tools.
It's a wonderful honor to receive the Lounsbury Award. I'm deeply grateful to the selection committee, the Lounsbury Foundation, and the Academy for recognizing our work. This award recognizes the work from my entire lab for their passion and drive to develop new technologies that can accelerate science, but also help develop new treatments for improving human health. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge all of my lab members, both past and present, as well as all of my collaborators and colleagues in the CRISPR field. It's been a privilege to work with them, and I have learned a tremendous amount from all of them. I also want to thank my mentors for their guidance and unwavering support to help me develop both as a scientist and, more importantly, as a person. Last but not least, I want to thank my family for their love and also for enabling me to pursue my dreams. Thank you so much again for this tremendous honor.
Oh, thank you. Next is the Selman A. Waxman Award in Microbiology, and it's being given to Pascal Cossart of Pasteur Institute and the Académie des Sciences for her pioneering contributions to the field of cellular microbiology and her fundamental work uncovering novel mechanisms that govern the interplay between the pathogenic intercellular bacterium Listeria and its mammalian host, as well as her many contributions to supporting microbiology worldwide.
I am truly very honored to receive the Selman Waxman Award in Microbiology 2021, and I thank the jury to have selected me. I am really delighted for several reasons. First, because it is an international prize, which means that my science and all the efforts of my team have crossed the frontiers. Second, because this prize is given by the National Academy of Science, which is highly respected in the whole world. Third, because it is a very prestigious prize in the microbiology community, and when I look at the list of the laureates, I feel very honored to be among this list. Fourth, because it is the first time that this award is given to a European investigator. I am thus proud for my team, for the Pasteur Institute, where I started my career when I came back from the States, from Georgetown University, where I had finished my Master of Science. So thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Durian, Pascal. Okay, next we have 2 Troland Research Awards. They will be, the first is going to Michael J. Frank of Carney Institute for Brain Sciences at Brown University for his seminal theoretical and experimental studies that have shaped our understanding of learning, valuation, and cognitive control in humans and in other animals.
Thank you to the Academy, the prize committee, and my nominators for this incredible honor. I'm not the first Michael Frank to receive this award, so I also thank my namesake for this bleed over and credit assignment. I thank Randy O'Reilly, my PhD mentor, who taught me to pursue computational approaches to brain science and to understanding the mind without overly fetishizing the mathematics. I thank my colleagues at Brown University and the University of Arizona before that for their unwavering support. I thank the Carney Institute at Brown for promoting computational approaches to brain science, enabling my lab, the center, and the community more broadly to thrive. I have to thank my long-term collaborators, David Better, Jim Gold, Roshan Cools, and many, many others, as well as my current and former mentees, who all continually prove to me how much science is really a team sport. Most importantly, I thank my wife, Masha, my kids, Kaya and Noah, my parents, and the entire Frank machine for always showing me what really matters. Thanks again, and stay safe.
Thank you. Now we've got the second Troland Research Award. It's being given to Nicole Rust of the University of Pennsylvania for her fundamental contributions to our understanding of the mechanisms by which the cortex makes use of complex visual information to guide intelligent behavior.
So let me just begin by thanking the National Academy and the Selection Committee for this recognition. I'm absolutely honored and flattered to join the list of so many remarkable individuals who have received this award before me. I want to acknowledge all the tremendous individuals who have contributed to the work that's acknowledged here, including the postdocs, graduate students, research assistants, and collaborators I've had the good fortune to work with. I'm particularly grateful to my mentors, Tony Mopshin, Eros Simoncelli, and Jim DiCarlo, for not only setting an amazing example of what it means to be a scientist, but also for their belief, support, and encouragement throughout the years. I want to thank my parents, not only for their support and their belief in me since I began, but also for providing me the type of formative and independent childhood that I think has really determined who I am today. And finally, I want to thank my family, my daughter Clara, my son Hendrik, and my brilliant partner and colleague Alan for joining me on this remarkable journey. Thank you.
Next up, we have the William and Catherine Estes Award. It's awarded to Charles L. Glasser of George Washington University for his contributions to understanding feasible and desirable forms of nuclear arms control and ballistic missile defense in light of a constantly evolving technological frontier. Glasser's work has been influential for its combination of theoretical rigor with a strong appreciation for the technical aspects of nuclear weapons policy.
Hello. I would like to thank the National Academy for recognizing my research on U.S. nuclear weapons policy. It is an honor to be included among the many outstanding scholars who have received the Estes Award, especially luminaries Nobel winner Tom Schelling and Robert Jervis. Over the 4 decades that I've studied nuclear weapons, the world has changed dramatically. During the Cold War, nuclear weapons defined the relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union, and the fear of nuclear war was ever present. With the end of the Cold War, nuclear weapons receded into the background of international politics. But now with China's rise and Russia's resurgence, nuclear weapons are once again coming to the top of the international policy agenda. In addition, technology has changed dramatically over these decades and has created new opportunities and also new dangers, many of which will have to be handled in future decades. So far, the world has avoided nuclear war. Academics like to think that we deserve a little bit of credit for this, although we're not really sure. Thank you.
And now we come to the culmination of our award ceremony today, the final prize, which is the 2021 National Academy of Sciences Public Welfare Medal. It is being awarded to scientist, physician, and public health leader Anthony S. Fauci. Dr. Fauci's career as a public servant spans more than 4 decades, and he has advised 7 different U.S. presidents, including the current president, Joe Biden. The director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institute of Health, Fauci has played a key role in shaping the federal government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And while leading his institute, he sponsored research efforts to better understand and prevent and treat COVID-19. The Public Welfare Medal was established in 1914 and is the most prestigious award of the National Academy of Sciences. It's presented annually by the Council of the Academy in recognition of distinguished contributions in the application of science for public welfare. Dr. Fauci is being honored for his decades-long leadership in combating emerging infectious diseases, from the AIDS crisis to the COVID-19 pandemic, and for being a clear, consistent, and trusted voice in public health. Despite a heavy workload, he continues to promote and reinforce critical public health guidance through numerous media appearances. He's always clear and compelling as he informs the public based on the best available science and evidence, all while directing the NIAID research enterprise, treating patients and conducting research in his own laboratory. Throughout his long and distinguished career, his leadership and ingenuity during public health emergencies has saved countless lives here in the US and around the world. Long before he became a household name for his work on the COVID-19 pandemic, Fauci was a pioneer in the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of infectious diseases, helping to steer the nation and the world through many crises, including HIV/AIDS, Ebola, the swine flu, and Zika. Fauci was also the principal architect of the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, a life-saving global program that has accelerated progress towards controlling the HIV/AIDS epidemic in more than 50 countries. In recognition of his leadership in PEPFAR, President George W. Bush awarded him the Medal of Freedom, the nation's highest civilian honor. Fauci also contributed to the establishment of the U.S. President's Malaria Initiative in 2005, a program that has greatly reduced the burden of this disease in Africa and in Asia. Dr. Fauci has received 45 honorary doctorate degrees from universities in the United States and abroad, and is the author, co-author, or editor of more than 1,300 scientific publications. He is a member of the National Academy of Sciences, the National Academy of Medicine, the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, as well as other professional societies. In addition to the Presidential Medal of Freedom, Fauci has received numerous other awards and honors, including a recipient of the National Medal of Science, the Mary Woodard Lasker Award for Public Service, and the Canadian Gardner Global Health Award. Most recently, Dr. Fauci's name has transcended being the identity of an individual to becoming the shorthand for honesty, integrity, forthright speaking, and dedication to mission. Earlier today, Francis Collins talked about the Fauci effect, that many more applicants want to go to medical school because they see, understand, and want to emulate Dr. Fauci. Gina McCarthy,
thank you,
former
Dr. McNutt.
EPA
I am truly
administrator. Sorry. Gina McCarthy, who's the former EPA administrator and current president of the NRCD, recently wrote about what it takes to rebuild public trust in the EPA. And I quote her, she said, that begins with naming what I like to call an Anthony Fauci of the environment to head the EPA. Someone who, whether they're a scientist or not, has unassailable credibility among scientists, advocates, and the public. On that basis, if the Fauci is the official unit to measure scientific credibility, I aspire one day to have my own contributions measured in milli-Faucis. Anthony S. Fauci is an American hero who has earned the respect and trust of millions for his no-nonsense approach to the pandemic. We are thrilled to present him with our most prestigious award.
Thank you, Dr. McNutt. I am truly honored to accept the 2021 Public Welfare Medal of the National Academy of Sciences and to deliver these remarks at our annual meeting. I understand that I'm receiving this medal for what was described as my decades-long leadership in combating emerging infectious diseases, from the AIDS crisis to the COVID-19 pandemic, and importantly, for being a clear, consistent, and trusted voice in public health. So what I would like to do in my remarks is to focus in on both of those. The interactions I've had in my position in combating emerging infectious diseases and how I've tried to balance that to be a clear and consistent and trusted voice in public health through some very difficult experiences that we've had with emerging infectious diseases. And so let us get on with the discussion. Although I had been a senior investigator and ultimately a lab chief at NIAID for 12 years before I became the director of the NIAID, as shown in this NIH record from 1984, I had not been involved very deeply in the issue of emerging and re-emerging infections in general, even though my basic research since 1981 had been involved with HIV/AIDS. However, it was the appointment as director of NIAID that got me intimately involved in the entire concept of the risk of emerging infections. As I wrote several years later in this review article in Lancet with my colleagues, Dr. Morens and Folkers. The very first time I testified before the United States Congress, I brought a map up on a poster and I spoke about the emerging infection that we were dealing with at that time, namely HIV. I used this map repetitively in the over 250 times that I've testified before the United States Congress, either the House or the Senate in multiple committees. And I add sometimes one, sometimes two or three infections to this. Sometimes they're trivial and curiosity, and sometimes they have a major impact. This is the last shot of a poster I showed just this past year in testifying before the Congress with COVID-19. As it turns out, my position has uniquely, just by a set of circumstances, put me in relatively close contact, some more than others, with 7 presidents of the United States, beginning with Ronald Reagan. But there was one principle that permeated my relationship with each and every one of these men, and that was related to advice that a dear friend of mine, who had actually spent some years in the Nixon White House before he went to another position, told me as I was getting ready to go in to see Ronald Reagan on the first visit to advise him in 1985, shortly after assuming the position of director. And what my dear friend told me is that when you open the door to the West Wing lobby and enter the White House, always remind yourself that this may be the last time that you will enter the building, because if you get captivated by the awe of the place and become starstruck, leading to your focusing on getting invited back, you may be hesitant to tell the president something that he or she may not want to hear, such as an inconvenient truth. Better to maintain your integrity and tell the inconvenient truth, even if it means you're never getting invited back. Well, my tenure into this particular arena started with Ronald Reagan. The issue at hand at the time was HIV/AIDS. We know in 1981, just months after his inauguration, these 2 MMWRs signaled the beginning of what was going to be a historic global pandemic. I felt that we did not put enough emphasis on using the president's bully pulpit to call attention to this emerging plague. And I actually explicitly mentioned to the president that it would be important that he speak about that. He did not respond in a negative way. And so I told him an inconvenient truth, but there were no negative consequences, at least not from him. But the activist community got up in arms and made this a very difficult situation. Actually, for me also, because I was associated with the federal government. An example of speaking truth to the president, but him not reacting in a negative way, even though it would have been really, I think, important from a public health standpoint had he listened. Next came George H.W. Bush, who I developed a very interesting and long-lasting, until his death, friendship. He took AIDS in a different perspective than Ronald Reagan. He came to the NIH multiple times, visited, understood the disease, and the funding for AIDS research continued to go up to the point where it maintains a significant portion of the budget. I had to tell him some inconvenient truths about, again, what we should be doing regarding the resources. He responded, I believe, well, but not well enough for the activists to be satisfied. Nonetheless, our relationship grew, and the advances in science that began there have now transformed this disease with some of the most elegant science, particularly in the arena of treatment, which has transformed the lives of persons living with HIV. My next interaction was with William J. Clinton, Bill Clinton. Again, there was HIV/AIDS permeated, but we had a group of emerging infectious diseases. There really was never any situation where there was a conflict there. And the only, quote, inconvenient truth that I told him, which was not really anything very serious from the standpoint of a pushback, was that we absolutely needed more resources, which in fact, he, together with the Congress, gave us. But one truth I did tell him that he responded in a very positive way was in a visit to the White House in December of 1996. And here I am with Harold Varmus explaining some of the recent advances in the pathogenesis of HIV. He asked me why 15 years later, from the beginning, we did not see or have a vaccine for HIV. And it turned out, I told him we needed a vaccine research center because we needed to bring people together, working and synergizing on the same project. I would have thought he may have said that it was a little bit inappropriate for me to be asking him that in the Oval Office, but as it turns out, to our great pleasure and surprise, 5 months later, he announced that there was going to be a vaccine research center at the NIH. And in fact, we have it not only now for HIV, but extraordinary advances that have been made in a number of vaccines, including a pivotal role in the development of a vaccine for SARS-CoV-2. Next came my relationship with George W. Bush. Again, HIV/AIDS played an important role, but we also had the anthrax bioterrorism. We had H5N1 influenza. We had SARS. One of the things I did tell him, which was the truth, which he responded very well to, and that is that as a rich country, we were doing extraordinary things with people with HIV by the drugs. He himself had come to that conclusion before I even told him. And so we worked together on something that I feel is one of the most important things I've done in my entire career, which was to work with the president and being given by him the opportunity to be one of the principal architects of the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief, which started off with $15 billion over 5 years, but has been responsible after he announced it in January 28th of 2003, that over the last, now I would say 18 years, it has been clearly the most important public health endeavor from a global standpoint that we've ever done, responsible for saving estimated 14 million lives, with 17.2 million people receiving antiretroviral drugs, 50 million people being tested, and 25 million medical male circumcisions. That was something that a discussion we had turned into something extraordinary. Next, Barack Obama. Again, Barack Obama was faced with many emerging infectious diseases, starting off with the pandemic influenza, the first pandemic of the 21st century, and Zika, and then Ebola. Again, there was never anything that I had to do personally with him that was pushed back in any way. So it was not a situation where I needed to tell him things that I would be concerned that if he got upset, he wouldn't ask me back. And then came Donald Trump's tenure. Again, there were multiple emerging infectious diseases. I had virtually nothing to do with Donald Trump until COVID-19 in the last year of his presidency. This was the first Washington Post and Science announcement of this new infection, SARS-CoV-2, which we all know now, you don't need me to tell you, has been historically the most devastating pandemic of a respiratory disease that we've had in over 100 years since the historic pandemic of influenza in 1918. These are the three major surges that we've experienced. Look on the right-hand part of the slide. We are now still threatened by the fact that we've plateaued at a level which is dangerous. And we now know, even though we're doing well with vaccines, which I'll get into in a moment, the fact is the cases are creeping up. The good news is that in record time, unprecedented in the history of vaccinology, we developed a vaccine which was less than 11 months from the time the virus was identified to the time we were putting successful, highly efficacious vaccines into the arms of individuals. However, my experience here really tested the advice that my friend gave me that I showed you in one of the first slides. Because even though we were successful in getting vaccines, and here is 3 separate vaccines Moderna, BioNTech, Pfizer, J&J, which have really been extraordinarily important, there was a considerable, I would say, disagreement with some of the convenient truths that I had to tell. We had the breakthrough of the year. It should have been all success. But as it turned out, it wasn't, because there was the conflict that became very, very public, as shown here on some of the news that was reported. Fauci throws cold water on Trump's declaration that malaria drug chloroquine is a game changer. I took no great pleasure in doing that, but it was very important for me to be public about that, even though it directly conflicted the president. I had to disagree with him when he said we were turning the corner, when I knew that we were actually going to surge. And things got really testy when he made statements like, people are tired of hearing him and all of those idiots on coronavirus. And then finally, towards the end of that year, the threatened to actually fire me. So as it turns out, the issue of never getting asked back was now up front and seeing me. But as it turned out, presidencies change. And fortunately, I have gotten asked back and feel very privileged now to be the chief medical advisor to President Joseph Biden. And as I'm speaking to you now, we are in the process of having an important race between the implementation of these vaccines and the possibility of getting another surge. So I'll close by once again thanking the Academy for bestowing upon me this Public Welfare Award. I have tried very hard, and I hope that I have been a clear, consistent, and trusted voice in articulating matters of public health. Thank you.
Sorry, rookie mistake. Anyway, thank you, Tony, for those really wise words. The graph you showed, showing that each time there's been a resurgence, the resurgence has been worse and it goes down to a higher baseline, is certainly of grave concern and should encourage all of us to make sure that everyone we know, all of our loved ones and ourselves, get vaccinated as quickly as possible. It, as you say, it's a race. It's a race between the vaccine coming back in more virulent forms and us getting it wiped out through vaccination. So that brings us to the end of today's program. I want to thank everyone who joined us and do one last congratulations to all of today's medalists. One thing I will say is that normally we would be excusing ourselves from the auditorium to all go toast you and have wonderful appetizers, which we unfortunately can't do, but we're hoping to invite you all back next time we can meet in person so we can give you all the toasts that you deserve. So thank you everyone today and congratulations to all the medalists.